Look, I'ma make it. Push through too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Perfectly played, boys. Well done.
Eternal on ultimate low ground. It's going to be New Esports in a good spot. They push wide right. They're getting so many great shots, and it's just like that.
Victory is assured.
Try and kill the Gibby again, okay? Focus Gibby.
Yeah.
Focus Gibraltar. Nice. What's your Gibby?
Alliance, they're so good at shifting. Vibes gets a little bit of a shield swap there, but it's not enough. Oh, it's just Yuki. He's got to clutch up. Will Yuki do it? He's one shot away. It's a flat line, and he doesn't have the time. Oh, and all the shots.
Terrium, unlucky! Just coming back and cleaning them up! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Last him! Valk cracked in the air! Kill Nox, last guy is flying! Kill Nox! Alright, we win this. GG's.
Well, it might have just been a few hours since we last saw you in the Apex Legends competitive universe, but I'm happy. I'm excited to wake up and do it all over again. It is ALGS EMEA Day 3 coming at you with Rain Day and James Bardoff to start the show off. James, you know, sleep, it's not a priority right now. We've got way too many storylines going into this lobby today.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this particular composition of teams. We've got people like players in the server. We've got the solo queue goats, of course, who are top of the leaderboard, and we're going to have a big clash to see who comes out on top at the end of the day.
It's exciting to take a look at what we do have in store. James mentioned a few of the marquee teams, but let's look at A and C today because that's who we'll be watching on this broadcast as we transition towards the element of surprise, which is what I'm kind of going to name today, the element of surprise, because yesterday we saw a lot of teams jump up into the forefront that we haven't seen before. Scars, Mutarium, doing things that, hey, push them up into the conversation, whereas we might have expected players to dominate. It was solo queue goats doing that on the other side of the things, and players falling a little bit behind. So what will today have in store, James? I mean, I think we're going to be surprised either way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the names like Solaris, Gang making some statements today, Reply Totem as well. There's a lot of teams who could pull out victories in these individual games. Of course, the overall will be important as well, but there'll definitely be a lot of people vying to take away games from the usual suspects.
If you guys want to watch the other side of the bracket, B versus D, that is happening today as well, simultaneously. And these are the teams that'll be shaping up in here. IG International, Alliance, some notables, Guild Esports as well as Magicians, and even all the way to Zeta Division and Nemesis, as well as Fenerbahce, who have had really solid days back to back to back. Can they put it together, though, to get the job done? That's really the question we're going to be asking today, James.
Yeah, absolutely. A 69 IQ will definitely be a team to look out for there. I think they had a good day yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, but they're definitely a team who can certainly threaten the teams towards the top. So if you're over watching that stream, then you'll definitely want to look out for those guys as well.
And if you want to check it out, make sure to follow twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. That's where we will have all of these other matches broadcast simultaneously, so you do not have to miss a beat while you're watching ALGS in the best way possible. Of course, you can always keep it locked here. We'll keep you updated throughout the day on the scores from the other lobbies. So whichever way you choose, you've got options. That's what we like to provide here. Speaking of options, how are we going to play today? I know North America has started off in World's Edge. If you joined us the broadcast of yesterday evening, you'll have noticed that it's different than today because EMEA is still finishing their first half. We had a lot of rescheduled tournaments during the first couple of weeks of March. We are back, and they're playing them blisteringly like a storm almost, and they're going to start on Storm Point as well.
Indeed. If you like trees, then this is the map for you. And one of the palm trees actually had a big part to play in one of the clutches we saw late last night. And perhaps we're going to see some more tree action with Valkyries hiding in the leaves today. Who knows what we're going to find on Storm Point.
Oh, man. I mean, Noct, I swear that palm tree, had its shield cracked. I don't know what happened there. It just is like it didn't work out. We'll have to take a look at the replay and maybe get some designers on there like that. That did not work. I'm sure how he was expecting it to. Of course, if you guys want to check out every angle, see if the palm tree did really go down or if it was just some nice moves from ESA all the way around, you'll be able to check it out in multi-view. Get every angle of every moment of action, every shot, every rotation, every kill, every end-game circle in the POV that you care about most. Whether it is C9 or it's ESA, you'll follow along by choosing in the command center which team you're most interested in. Choose the perspective you want. It's right near our follow button, and you will be in control of the ALGS like never before. It's pretty fun. And I think it's also a great way for us as casters to see different perspectives even while we're watching some of these games and get an idea of where the decision-making process is stemming from. Why make that rotation, and, what obstacles are they facing that maybe we're not showing on the main feed?
Absolutely. Yesterday, the suggestion was to get 4 caustics on the screen, but today, with players and solo queue goats in the same lobby, you've got at least 2 Bangalores, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were 4. So if you want a screen filled with smoke, then that option is available to you as well today.
I like the visual. Just 4 screens, all full of smoke. I mean, that's Apex Legends in its prime, I think. We've got some teams, though, that, speaking of in their prime, have question marks for us, but the best kind of question marks because it can go either way, and we're excited for either result. Each day, we set up a few teams that we particularly set our eyes on to perform well or maybe surprise us in this broadcast. So today, let's check out the teams we're going to be looking at in this broadcast. All right, well, James, for me, number 1, I got to start this one off. It's got to be Scars. This is a team that, poof, like the Magicians, have disappeared and then reappeared maybe at the perfect time. And this, is it quick, though? Is it too hype? Because the problem with Scars, I've always felt, is they're some of the most talented and respected players in EMEA, yet when it comes to playoffs, they tend to disappoint. It's still a long cry away from Sweden, but can they put themselves in a good enough position to get there and keep performing like this?
Our second team to watch today is going to be Solo Q Goat. They have had a roaring start to this split, something which hasn't always been the case with the composition they like to go for, struggling with the Bangalore and lacking other things that teams will have going in their favor. But this time, they find themselves at the top of the leaderboard and having a fantastic day to day. People following their example with the smoke control and so on, but can they keep the consistency through today?
When you talk about swimming through the lobby or an aquarium, Mutarium, they did it just as easily as a fish in water. Tyler FPS, unlucky. And, of course, Evokes, they were dominant. And some of the best clutch plays we saw all day against GMT to take second place. It was a surprise performance, but can they build on it? This is a team that might be having us have a newfound respect and maybe a new juggernaut within the EMEA scene, but it's up to them today to prove that they're worth talking about. Overall, these are our 3 teams that we're going to keep our eye on in this broadcast. Don't blink, because they might put on a star-studded performance when you do. All right, James, you know the commands. No blinking at all, and game about to start. But maybe I think if you close your eyes, you'll see that we have, hopefully and pray, a different talent prediction besides the ones we have had. We have lost yesterday to Tom, and we have always had two go the same team. It is still going to be the same. I'm waiting for just the 4-person struggle to the top. It is you and Tom now, holding hands with Scars. I like that. I'm going players. Vicky's got solo queue goats. James, let me ask you, why Scars today, solo queue goats yesterday?
Well, I think everybody wants the GOATs, but for me, we see great performances from them, and Vicky needs a win eventually, right, so we can let her have the GOATs. Spectacle Squad have gone for Scars, and I think it's because last split I feel like was disappointing. Scars was a big name coming into that with some of the results they had in 2011, but they were quite lacking, I feel like, and we've seen some promise from the team. They're starting to creep up the table, and it's partly a hopeful pick in that I want to see them continue to be back where we expect them to be, towards the higher end of the table. So I'm hoping they'll be able to pull out a nice performance today.
I mean, I think I'm hoping it as well. It would add a different element to the way we've seen these lobbies shake out with Scars, because very much like maybe the first day we saw Alliance, Scars in our first day of watching them, really nowhere to be found. Now, a lot of confidence. I don't know if you were watching Mandy's stream earlier. He was having a little chat back to his chat who had claimed that they got Masters. I think he said something to the effect of, if I took a 30-year break, I would still be able to come back without picking up my mouse and keyboard and own you. I think he's got confidence today. I don't know. For our master players out there, it's not us. That was Mandy. I still trust in the Masters process, James.
Yeah, it is a little easier to get to Masters this split, though. So maybe he's got a point, although, I haven't got there yet. I was busy earlier. I'll put in some work. But
what does that say about anyone below Masters? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can dive too deep into that psychological analysis. Either way, the point is, Mandy's feeling confident. He likes the trash talk. I think when you win and you come off a big day like you did yesterday, you start to feel confident. And I think that might be what Scars needed. RPR, big in-game leader. I remember him, Hal, Sweet. I think maybe Hockey's was in there. They had a big stream in the midst of playoffs. Or it was the championship last year, where in the middle of some of these days, they were just talking. What's it like to be an in-game leader? What does it mean? What are the things we're seeing in Europe that you're seeing in North America? What are the challenges of doing it on a Wraith versus doing it on, a Gibby? Or why are you picking, in that time, it was an Octane that was very heavy into the meta. Really intelligent, really, really respected, and also a VTuber. We got to bring that up as well. He's bringing up a lot of different dynamics to his play. But I think, James, it also shows the eclectic nature and how well versed he is in being able to navigate these situations. Maybe he's just hit another level as well.
Yeah, perhaps he has, but you got to put your money where your mouth is and show up on the server today. Again, it's one thing to show up on one day, but it's another thing to be consistent as well. And I think a lot of people are wanting Scars to really put those Scars back into the arms and legs of their opponents, because it has been missing, and I think we all want to see them doing much better. But to briefly touch on the Octane, we did see at least one Octane in EMEA yesterday. Didn't see much of them, so I don't know how successful it was, and if we're going to see some more pads here and there, just a rogue pad somewhere around the map, but I wouldn't mind seeing it at least.
You're right. I remember a revive that was attempted there with an Octane pad. Didn't get to see the Octane, but the Octane's remnants still impacting the lobby in a very, very important way. We have some of these standings to just give you for EMEA to set the table, and I think that it would be a great way to start today, just so you guys can see where everything really lies. Scars, with their performance yesterday, the team we've been talking about, Mandy, Taishin, RPR, they are at 34 points, but that still puts them at 8th. 69 IQ Esports, Muterium, a team we had talked about. Not a team you would expect to be above everyone else in terms of what have they done beforehand, but they're certainly showing up in this split. Players, IG International, wow, really, really kind of great team that has gone under the radar these tournaments, these past 3 days. Have not talked too much about them, partially because we haven't really seen them on broadcast, but solo queue goats leading the charge. I think clearly a great tournament today, because we've got 4Gang, we've got Muterium, we've got players, we've got, I believe, IG, we've got solo queue goats all in the same bracket today.
Yeah, this is going to be a heavy one. I think IG are actually on.
They are in the other bracket.
They're in the second stream, yeah, but they have a great chance to keep up. So we'll see how things look towards the end of the game. But I think anyone who's in the same lobby as players is going to have a real issue, because Hardeki seems to be in career best form at present. Every game is a highlight reel from him, and I'm sure he'll be making an example of some more players today, no pun intended. So that is definitely something to watch out for. But if you can survive the test of staying towards or at the top of the table with that team in your lobby, then maybe you might be onto something as we head towards playoffs.
A team I'm really going to be looking at as well for today's performance, and not necessarily in this lobby, but on the other side of things, I'll be checking in with Rebel and Solaris, you know, in the relegation zone. Two teams, Lager and Joke, and of course, Noth and Pierre and Taylor. You know, these two teams are top performers. They're not only in the middle of the pack, you could expect to see them in top 15, maybe cracking top 10, especially on the side of Rebel. Really underwhelming performance for them across the day, and so across these last couple of days. So they have to pick it up. I'll be looking at that on the other side of things, as well as what we had mentioned earlier on, IG, the second place team, still really yet to focus on them on broadcast here, but you'll be able to see and watch all of that throughout today. James, anything else come to mind? We're getting ready to go into the dropship, players loading in. You know, it's day 3, some themes, some thoughts from you as we head into our first match of today on Stormpoint.
One thing that, of course, is super interesting every day on the different regions as well is what kind of legends we're seeing coming into this. We saw a lot of Lobers on Stormpoint in North America last night, so I'm wondering how many we're going to see here in EMEA. And I do wonder if like, once EMEA has played, if they watch North America and then take some ideas from that into the next day. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see things like that. But again, as we speak about the rising names and teams from day to day, I think that this split is a great opportunity for people to really make a name for themselves heading towards playoffs. So, you know, as a player like Bryn from IG, and we're not going to see him on the main broadcast today, but by the end of this, before we head towards playoffs, he could be like a heavyweight name that people will be respecting and fearing a lot more than at the moment.
I think Bryn is certainly in the, when you talk about rising stars, when you talk about people who, to me, are in that kind of all-star composition. If you were putting it together like some of our traditional sports we watch in the NBA or even in the MLS in America, you know, the traditional top 11. I think Bryn is in that combo. His stats, his ability, his skill, and certainly the way the team has been playing in second place so far in Europe, you know, it would put him there alongside the likes of the Hardekis, maybe of the Shivs who are showing up. You know, we're seeing now maybe Unlucky getting into that conversation alongside Tyler. These guys running 9 kill games each other, switching off. And Evoke sitting there with 291 damage, 0 kills. You're wondering, dang, I mean, this is either the best defensive player I've ever seen, or there's just not enough people alive by the time Tyler FPS and Unlucky get finished with the fight that Evoke can grab anything. It is that impressive what they are doing on Mutarium. Really my team to watch today, even though we didn't have a chance to you know, see so much of them yesterday besides these clutch moments. They are a team that is just getting better and better. And this might be the best lobby to prove where they really stand, because you've got players, and you've got Scars, and you've got Solo Q Goats, and you've got you've got just these teams that have really performed well. Let's not forget about Ford Gang too, James, which were this close to really making a dent into first place, second place yesterday.
Yeah, I was thinking about them being my pick today as well, actually, but I think I hold hope in Scars for today. But hey, who knows? Maybe Ford Gang will be another one for tomorrow. But I think another thing to look out for as we go through the entire day is the players who are pulling out the versatility from their picks. Of course, the basic one is Ash to Wraith, Wraith to Ash. But we have, I think it's Leogri for players who's whipping out the Bangalore, which was a big surprise to me to see it on that team. And how, of course, you know, Shiv is the star, but the first one that we were seeing on the main broadcast was Leogri, I think it was, with the Bangalore, and how players were controlling space in the late rings and just giving themselves a fantastic position to win was really, really fascinating to see. So people moving away from their traditional mains, if you will, to head towards out of left field picks like Bangalore rather than something more standard like a Wraith to an Ash, depending on the map, I think is is very interesting to see how their skills translate over to different legends to what the team needs for their composition to work.
And if you missed yesterday's North American broadcast at home, we had a really good interview with Rocker, who gave us a lot of insight as to North America and their feelings on the Bangalore. He said, bang into Gibby, that's pretty easy. North America feels confident heading into LAN if Europe keeps trying to play, EMEA keeps trying to play this Bangalore into what we've got going. Strong words from someone who is leading the lobby and a strong team for sure. You must respect them, but do you believe in them or yourself a little bit more? The Clash of Regions coming up in Stockholm, Sweden in just a month. April 27th will be arriving. The 29th to the 1st of May is when it will be going on. And you should potentially see teams like Solaris in position to do some damage here. But it is not a good start for them. They are fighting in Game of Drones. We have what could be a South circle here. We've seen this one before. Sentinels pulled some heroics out. But it's just a really aggressive landing at the very, very start, James.
Yeah, contesting straight off the bat, and this could be the end of Solaris immediately. The sunroom has been closed. Adios, amigos, and they're going to have to think twice about landing. We'll see how long this contesting goes on for. Both teams wanted to land somewhere. One team has been, well, they did land, but not for long. They've been denied now. Jettisoned out of the area. Game of Drones will be very happy with that. That's a fantastic early start for them.
Well, maybe this gives us a little insight into why Solaris haven't been working out. I mean, we saw them in the relegation zone. These are teams that, Joke Lager, Larabanu, we've noticed them, and they've performed really well over the course of most of their competitive career. Maybe they're 50-50ing too much. Maybe Storm Point's just been a problem for them. Into the entirety of the tournament with just 7 points, I believe sitting in 37th place. Something very similar to that as we get the exact fact check for you. But it is not a great start. Either way, you slice it for Solaris here.
Yeah, you got to look out for those fish farms. I hear the salmon might have chlamydia. So look, you goats now will be looking to have a much better start to this first game here. 53 players remaining on the server, although we did start with 57 as all plans are not here today. So we have 57 players starting the games, and of course we have lost 3 players already. We've lost 4 players actually, so somebody is lacking a little somewhere. We can see Solo Q Coats now still getting their looting on, trying to level up their shields and such. And in respect to Rocker's comments, he was talking a good game about, oh, you got all these Bangalores, I think you guys are going to get wrecked. He didn't talk about the Watsons and the Mirages. We've got APAC North coming in tomorrow. Make sure you're tuned in for that. That's going to be very exciting indeed. I can't wait until those guys come to land and really show a different meta.
I want to be salty and I want to make a joke about Mirage, but I can't do it because Mirage has a fan base in Apex Legends that's like Lady Gaga, okay? If you say something wrong, the monsters will come at you, and you will hear it for the rest of your career. I think Mirage, obviously, is a character in Apex. I don't see the impact of the choice in high-level competitive play.
Hey, Rainday, what are you trying to say?
I see it in ranked. I see it in casuals. I actually think Mirage, the reason Mirage doesn't really get buffed, in my opinion, and this designers can check me or not, I actually think Mirage has a pretty decent win rate, partially because from a casual perspective, decoys are very, very effective at actually drawing attention and giving you a better than average chance of hitting your first shots onto an opponent before they hit you, which should result in a near 50% or maybe even close to win rate for a character like that. But when you get into the higher levels of execution, your play drops off so much that you might have high win rates because there's only 100 players playing them, but you also don't have enough information to say, well, this character really needs something different because he's already showing in the majority of the casual player base where he is played that he's doing fine. So it's a character that, for some reason, guys, I just don't know if the way he's designed will get him into high-level play.
Listen
I'm
here,
hopeful.
Rainday.
Maybe APAC will do it, James, but that's my Mirage rant for the day. And, if you want to add something, go ahead. Here's your rebuttal.
When I pop my Mirage ult and run around in a circle, what are you going to do? When you've got 8 Mirages running in a circle, what are you going to do, Rainday? You're going to be so confused that you might even let go of your mouse and keyboard. Now, we do see that ATK have a player missing from their team, so that will make it 53, although now we find ourselves at 52, so another one's gone missing as well, or has been killed by somebody. But again, we are early on Storm Point, and it is a bigger map. There's a lot of space, so we tend to have a slow start, although it has been fast in places. We can see Kungana have got a kill on the board, but of course we did have a team wiped at the fish farm super early, and I'm really curious to see if those contests will continue into the further games. But as you can see, Kungana now in with man like Badoli, looking to see the lay of the land. Navi quite spread out as well. Sanya looking for some angles, trying to see what is going on as they look to make a rotation. We'll see if they're going to get into any early engagements here.
Seem like they're after the replicator. After a couple of headshots too. Rugby gets some information. Mimu gives it to him in the form of a couple of heavy ammo shots. Horizon will push off. Probably not going to contest here. It's really not too worth it. Running in Gibraltar, the Valkyrie, and the Bangalore composition. And just kind of going back to what I was saying with the Mirage and the win rates and the buffs and the why we don't see them, it's really a similar reason as to why we don't see changes for Gibraltar, you know, from a design standpoint. It's very difficult to change a character that in most situations underperforms for the majority of the population, and in the highest of instances overperforms. Nerfing it really doesn't serve the majority of the people who play Apex, but buffing it, although that might help them, would totally skew the already large amount of success that we see in the highest of high levels. It's a very difficult dance, and it's partly why I think we've just allowed other characters in the meta, and I think this is a smart way to design, James, just other characters to kind of flourish and introduce themselves and shift things versus really trying to do too much to Gibraltar, who's in a pretty precarious situation for the totality of Apex Legends population.
Yeah, so we see a lot of Gibraltars, but there are ways to counter him. You know, you've got the vocal minority who are like, nerf this, nerf that, give the bubble HP and so on, but you can crack the bubble with crypto drones. There are different ways to approach him. Again, on this map, his ults, for example, the bombardments aren't as effective. So
that's true.
Just yeah, you got to play it out and figure a way around it. Now, Phoenix Legacy just got eliminated. Another team who I like to keep an eye on. They're a team looking for sponsors, and they've had some nice engagements when we've been able to watch them play. This won't be the best game for them, though, as they do take an early bath. But there's plenty more games to come. We can see Soloku Goats now will be all blue, no more squishy grey or white armors, whichever color you prefer, depending on your digital vibrance. Do you have a preference, by the way, on digital vibrance? Mine, I put on 86%, because any more than that and people start to look like Donald Trump. Their faces go all orange.
I'm going to give you a real honest answer. I don't even know what digital vibrance is. I've never adjusted it whatsoever, James, so I'm learning something here. But that's why we have you on broadcast, right? I mean, that's because we all want to learn.
So the graphical settings basically just makes the colors richer. So if your colors by default are a little flat, it just makes everything just be a bit more vibrant, I suppose. So, but if you go to 100%, then things do get a little out of hand and a little too rich. But I find 86% to be the sweet spot. So
I'll keep that in mind.
That does go through to streaming settings and such as well. So 86% in your graphic settings for digital vibrance, I would highly recommend. Any more than that, and it's going to be, you might need sunglasses to play.
Everyone's going to look like a former president out there. I see, and maybe I don't want to see 86%. I'll keep that in mind. So cute Goats. They are a team that has been on the tongue in a lot of ways through Twitter, through Twitch, and obviously here in our competitive eyes. They have been a team to beat, and they are certainly at the top of the leaderboards. Not necessarily the, maybe, I don't know if they were the favorites coming in, James. I think that would be maybe more of a stronger way to put it. We might have expected players, I think, from their ability, even teams like Scars, who have in competitive maybe shown up to be consistently effective throughout the season. So cute Goats, though, it's hard to be so much more impressed than you kind of already are with the way they've transitioned their team and really own the Bangalore.
License.
Yeah, I know. This guy needs a little more training here. But yeah, James, I think just Solo Q Go is still very, very impressive is the word I'd use to describe them.
Yeah, but just based on evidence that we've seen in previous splits and the struggles they've had with their determination to play the characters they're passionate about, they have to be an underdog coming into the beginning of this split. So I think it has to be considered an overperformance for now. But that's why they're a team to watch today, because we want to see if they can have that consistency where they have to be considered in a completely different light. And I'm quite impressed with how Scarves have built themselves some walls here. Almost made a trench for themselves with these two tridents that they have to give them some cover now, so they can isolate some fights if they need to.
You know, it's something we see so much more. Obviously, tridents aren't available on World's Edge, so it's a big part of the play. And I think we're seeing more and more teams use it as cover in really odd ways. I mean, I wouldn't have thought a trident would be up on that rock protecting them, but there you go. Scars innovating in a great way. Pay attention to that, as it will be a big part of the strategy these players are using. Mobile respawn beacons, tridents. What's next, James, to be utilized in a way for cover that wasn't quite meant for cover in the first place?
Now, the other day we saw a levitating card due to Horizon Q. Now, I think that's what I want to see. Multiple tridents and Horizon just blowing them all away. Suddenly a team finding themselves completely exposed, being shot by 3 different squads. And we'll see where Solo Q Goats will land. They were quite near to Na'Vi, as you could see. Na'Vi were trying to ambush some players on the replicator earlier on, and then Solo Q Goats managed to go there and level up their armor from blue to triple purple later on. Now they are heading towards Team Horizon, who are in this checkpoint area. One of my favorite areas to drop in Storm Point. We'll see what they're able to do now as they look to find themselves a building. And there should be some free. I can't imagine Horizon can hold all of these buildings. Mostly up here, though, where the beacon will often appear. And it seems that Solo Q Goats are headed directly towards them. Do they realize they're there? Surely not.
And if they do, they've got a lot of instant ways to react to it. That's the benefit of the Gibraltar and the Bangalore. 2 smokes, 1 shield, of course, 2 big ultimates. Don't really talk about that enough, but the defensive bombardment and the Rolling Thunder, essentially the same type of ultimate done in a little bit of a different fashion. One a little bit more delayed, a little bit more spread out, one more concentrated and immediate for duration. But they've got both in Solo Q Goats, which is partly what makes this composition so interesting and effective. You see the smokes right there. Shiv and them walking in a little bit, maybe not aware exactly of where Horizon is, but still cautious that they do not want to play this one too fast. There is a team nearby.
Yeah. Well, I think they can stabilize and coexist now. Horizon scanning for beacon, and they will have to get their rotation on. So we'll see how this one plays out. They will be purple as well, so they may not fancy the engagement, but as we saw yesterday, Solo Q Goats, they are ready to take all and any fight that is available to them. They are not shy, and they did very well yesterday with the early fights. They averaged about 7 kills per game, which definitely helped the consistency moving towards the top, and consistency is key here in Apex Legends. Oh, the charge rifle, though. Can you be consistent with that? That's a nice crack. Is there more to do? Are we going to see them drop out of the sky like bricks? It's going to be a long reload for Mandy. Only has the white stock there. But it's hard not to get excited when that happens. A bombardment on the rock. Not sure where that came from. That will be easily avoided as they move into a dome. Close quarters down. A Mastiff is out. Can they survive here, Scars? This is a really important fight for them. And it seems that they might just.
Houston, we have a problem. Liftoff, not complete. Scars, make sure of that. Beautiful shots from Mandy, and he continues on. Little 40 damage peppering the blue across the way. Scars have really made such good use of this rock. They've got 3 more shields now and resources to pick up. 5 shield batteries for Mandy. He's got 7 shield cells, be able to pop one of those. Switching out also into the R301. Obviously, having the charge rifle was amazing for a moment like that, but as you get closer into top 15 and the circle starts to move in closer to mill, you're going to see that these players need to trade out that long range for the consistency of something mid-range, close range, like the Mastiff and the R301.
Yeah, we can see how smaller the next ring is going to be versus the current one. So that is perfect timing. Loot up, switch out, and prepare yourself for the future. Don't want to be in close to medium quarters with the charge rifle and the Mastiff. If you have to push a team like they did with that bubble, it might not work out so well for them. And they still got their vehicles here as they watch more Valcolts around them. So that's a great start for Scars so far, but with 15 squads left, there's plenty more for them to do. 3 kills on the board thus far is nice, however.
Okay. A couple of good shots here, too. Kraber in the hand of Graceful. Kangarna, a team who have had a lot of success. Can they do something in this lobby? Not as Vincere creeping around the corner. Still outside of Edge. And here comes Beast of the Hunt. The Allfather is on the scent. Ready? With a listen in here, let's see how Kangarna play this one.
On the window, cracked him. After bad.
They're gonna take. I see.
I'm bubbling here.
Time.
My
Yeah,
HP, by the way.
They might push.
Bang cracked. Bang one.
I'm the best!
You guys just own them. What the fuck?
I'm not going to do it in the fucking head!
Dude, you didn't say anything. Okay, good shit.
When I'm the one in there.
Jesus
Good job, guys.
Christ.
Good job. Focus up, focus up. Get
Team in
beacon.
choke now. Team in choke. Team in choke.
Yes.
No, team in choke.
Yes, I'm healing.
45. Ash. Cracked Ash.
Don't get down.
No, I'm not. I'm fine. We can fight these as well. Let's go.
Oh my god, now I'm whiffaging though. Keep peeking, bitch.
What?
We
Are
need
they
to
all
take
on the left
space.
side?
Yes, on the left, all on the
I
left.
need to loot real quick though. Real quick.
They're here. Crack two!
Okay,
Walk up!
I'm coming
Walking
out.
up.
They're on the left side here.
They are not. Yeah, they are.
We're getting
getting
shot
shot
by
by
the other
their team.
guys.
Did we balcot?
If we can't do anything in like 20 seconds, we should.
I think we balcot and swerve on the timer. Wait, no, we can't even get past here. We have to walk
Wait,
out. It's the same as
that's it.
before, remember?
No, yeah, we can. We can over here, I think.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
above me. Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
No,
I
I'm
think
saying,
so.
can we get over the mountain? Is what my question is.
We're gonna have to risk it, aren't we?
No, but we die if we fail it on time. We have to do it now then.
You ready?
Yeah.
I think we fight. I think we walk up and fight. If we fail this, we die for no reason.
Yeah, but
Okay,
wait.
do it then. Yeah,
Let's do
sure.
it.
We gotta do
I
it now
think we
then.
try
We
it.
gotta try
I
now
think we
then.
try
We
it.
try now. Let's go.
we try it and let's do it.
Yes. Ready, go. Go. I remember we failed getting. Dude, there's no way we get over this.
No, we're over.
Oh, we go over here. Right.
Go right, Jake.
Wait, right?
Jake, are we dead
Jake?
now?
Where are we going?
We gotta land on the fucking somewhere. All the way left, maybe, and run in.
Okay.
I don't know. Inside.
Oh, I landed left.
I'm inside.
Yeah, I'm not there with you guys.
We walk it in from here.
I'm doming here. I might need help.
Sorry, I didn't
But I have
know
to
what
dome
you meant.
myself.
I'm here. I'm looking you. Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
I have to dome myself, I think. That's unlucky.
Across your screens that you may not have seen in the kill feed, it is Solo Q Goats who have been downed by Horizon and GMT. They are the ones who are gatekeeping. But meanwhile, with Kangarna, what a moment with the ability for Graceful to hit those headshots, keep them alive. It seems like they've pushed maybe a little bit of concern about the Skyward dive, but so far it's given them a chance. Scar is actually the one under pressure fighting Graceful from above.
Jibby being down is the last man you want on his hands and knees, and he will be eliminated as well. So it's going to be hard for Scars now with 11 squads left to try and keep up the good work. Empire with no armor whatsoever, looking for some shield swap if they can find some. They can. They'll lose ranches though. No more ranch for Empire, and it might go even from bad to worse for them. Tai Shi now is being dropped as RPR tries to pop it back behind the shield. We've got more teams on the roof as well. We'll see if he can stick this res and try and get one of his teammates up at the very least, but I think there might be another team climbing immediately below them, so there could be huge trouble here, and Kangarna have the crypto ult ready with the sky grenades as well, so there's going to be carnage. We've lost 2 teams now as up close with the Kraber Nasty, looking to finish off with the wingman.
Call out from Graceful. This man cannot stop. If you are in the area, you're going to get some. That's all he's saying. Couple of shots there adds another 100 to the tally. He is cooking with gas. Graceful hits a shield battery as well. JMW has to hit the med kit. Can they hold this? Oh, he's going to make a rotation here. I'm loving these circles. He's going to find a shield swap if he needs it and climb up to height. 9 squads still left. Fifth circle closing in at 18-second, James. Kungarna, 7 kills so far, 9 points. They're putting on a show. Make that 10.
He can actually get a res here if he finds it in his face, but there's more damage to do first. The Kraber out of bullets goes for a quick switch now. Massive for in a wingman. That's a fantastic combo as he looks for more with the 1x. So much more damage to do now, but his teammates in some trouble. Down goes the Valken. Graceful is all alone, but again, has he got time to get the ban as well? The ring's starting to move now, so perhaps not. 8 squads remaining. They've got a lot of kills so far, but is there anything left in the tank?
He's looking for KP. He wants it. He knows that it's going to be very tough for him to make this final circle his without the Kraber now, and of course, by himself. 2 team members down. It's not going to be easy, but maybe he could survive. Oh, no one can survive if he hits shots like that, Hardeki. Oh, headshots again, Hardeki. What have we seen? Look at this, phase breach out just to get right back into the action. 45, 41, 38. These numbers, easy work for Hardeki, but he finally goes down. Graceful will fall as well. That's due to Horizon, who have stayed out of the fray, carefully plotting and finding a way to keep everyone in front of them, James, at the mill, just churning kills like that.
Players out, Kungarna down as well, and we move to the final 2 squads. Horizon in a fantastic position. The Domus here as they continue to press on. Style points as the bombardment comes through, and Horizon take game 1. That was explosive.
What an ending. I love that final circle. Mill circles, man. Give me more of those every day of the week. Storm Point, so much action, so frantic when that thing starts to close. That was a 10-team titanic engagement, and I just need more of it. I mean, the way Graceful was playing, to make good use of that, obviously Kungarna have a fantastic game. Meanwhile, players, Hardeki clutching up with those big wingman headshots, finding the 3 KP at the end of that. I think they ended with about 10 points potentially. And of course, Horizon at the end of all of it, the best position in the game. They took out solo queue goats, making it so they weren't even a possibility to be involved in that. And notice a very big lack of smoke in that final circle. And they deserve this big win. 20 kills. But a team that we didn't even watch the entire time, Muterium, who was one of our teams to watch, James, they take second place here with 14 kills. Excuse me, 14 points.
Absolutely. This top 5 is very, very interesting. Great to see Kungarna in there. Of course, players are always going to be in there. ANC as well. We've got a lot of names that aren't always in this top 5, so I think it's a great start and keeps things very nice and open. A very exciting game around the mills. Lots of ninja moves around the zone, around the walls, and so on. And of course, that Kraber work was absolute.
Yeah, things have been very, very clear for me that this lobby is only going to be closer and closer as the day goes on. You look at 4Gang, Empire, Kungarna, players, ANC outplayed, Muterium, Horizon. These teams are only separated by 14 points after a win. And you talk about 1st to 7th. A win can usually separate the lobby by 20, 25 points. At this point, though, there is no way I see this happening. This is going to be a tight day in EMEA. And you even look at the effort that Kungarna put out. Graceful. How many collats do you have to hit? How many headshots do you have to hit? How many clutch moments do you have to get 5th? I mean, look at the play already. It's not enough here to even claim 1st in this lobby.
Yeah, it is. That is such an interesting game. Just how that sets everything out for the remainder of the games we have. I'm so curious to see what's going to happen. But also, let's not forget the beginning of that game. We saw that big contest at the fish farms as well, and one team getting wiped immediately. So there are many questions to be answered once we move into the second game. The big teams like Solo Q Goats, can they catch up again? One of our teams to watch, can they keep up that consistency? On this occasion, the question is no, but that's just a very small sample size in our first game. But we can see the scores on the doors here for Horizon, who were able to take the first victory. Mimu with 5 kills on the board. Very nice indeed from the Gibraltar.
And only 1,200 damage and leading the team. This just spells a game that was much more tactical than technical. The fact that they didn't really have to do too much work damage-wise to basically get these kills, whether it was gatekeeping solo queue goats or being on the outskirts of that fight where everyone else was kind of walking out from the hut, they could just kind of use that 30-30 repeater, pick up some easy shots. I mean, this is a great, very well-orchestrated tactical win by Horizon.
Bangalore on top as per usual, which is very strange to say, but for this split I think it's semi-reasonable for what we've seen on the main channel at least. So we'll see if that continues and how many there are in the lobby. No sniff of an Octane just yet, but it's great to see more Bangalore action. And again, with the comments that we saw from North America, from Rocker yesterday, I just can't wait to see that clash in the playoffs, but we've got plenty more Apex to come before we get that far.
Well, James, I know you had your caustic yesterday. I'm bringing a man of my own here, a man with a plan and a knife. Revenant, are we going to see some Revenant in this playoff run? I hope so. He's talking Mirage. He's talking Octane. I want my boy back up in here climbing walls and everything. He might come at you after the break. Either way, though, we'll see you in just a minute. We got Vicky and Tom taking on Game 2 here. EMEA starting off to the races.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Horizon, not the legend, the team. They take game number 1 as we move into game number 2. T-Squared and Vicky bring you the action from the dropship. I was already a Graceful fan, but I think I'm in love.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what, he missed one Kraber shot? That was absolutely insane. He got collat after collat. I was so impressed. And those hipfire shots, you saw how quickly that team he was contesting in the middle of that rotation ran away from him, and they still got hit and tagged for 145 with that Kraber. Big fan of Graceful's performance in that last game. Kungarna popped off, but Horizon, they took the win. They took those 12 extra points in first place, and with those 8 kills, they're sitting with 20 points.
Yeah, we have a very evenly spread leaderboard here. I mean, just goes to show you could play damn near perfect Apex, but you still end up 4th place in that leaderboard, right? Or, you know, it's tough to go and play that high level, but we were able to see it. I mean, just what a job throughout the entirety of all those fights, all the comms that were taking place too. I think probably my favorite thing was the listening is like, where we're landing. We're landing over here, I guess.
And, you know, in those quick moments when you make those rotations, I love how you heard them talk about, wait, this redeploy doesn't actually go over this mountain. And we highlighted how sometimes those redeploys need to really be thought of on Stormpoint because you have those very high to low ground disparities. So you have to understand with those redeploys, if you're coming from the low ground, you have to understand how far can you really go, especially when the circle is closing in. And you already know a lot of those teams have already situated themselves inside of those buildings. But I really like those plays, but I also really like the play that Horizon made, kind of standing on the outside of Mill, predicting where the circle was going to pull, but without getting involved deep into the chaos so that way they could clean up that KP.
And I wonder what Rocker thinks, because Bangalore takes another match in the EMEA region, and it's tough to beat when you're playing at that high level. It makes me wonder what's going to happen when we get to Stockholm. What's going to happen when these teams and regions end up matching up against each other, because it's all about making those playoffs here in Split 2 in the Pro League. And you know the top 10 from region, the top 10 teams from North America are going to be making it, and then we're taking a couple other teams from the other regions. I believe it's 5 from the other regions. So it's really exciting to see how the meta is shaping up, and we're having back-to-back days of Apex, right? So the adjustments, they have to happen very quickly, and you need to be playing at your best right now.
You talk about team compositions. I know Rain Day, he was trying to highlight the Rev a little bit, but let's take a look at the highlights that we had for that game number 1 before we kind of wrap back up to the composition conversation, Tom. Looking at how a lot of these teams play things out, the winning squad was a Bang Gibby Valk. Here's my favorite clip, though. The moment Graceful had this Kraber in his hand, it was non-stop action for Kungarna. Team Empire also fighting inside Mill. We saw how quickly these fights were able to get heated because, again, a lot of these teams already made those quick rotations, so that way they wouldn't get contested later on in the game.
With Graceful, it wasn't just the Kraber shots, right? It was the wingman shots. It was the decision making. Everything was completely on point as you take a look at what players is doing. Really solid performance, but all in all, it was Horizon. And like you said, sitting on the outskirts, always key, right? Keeping the action in front of them, and you know, once you have this 3v2 at the very end, the bubble's going to go down, the defensive environment's already landing and just clapping over towards the side. That really hurts when you go and you try to just push onto a full team that is completely healthy, that's been watching the fighting, taking a majority of the place. And again, that's the type of game that you want if you're Horizon. You don't want it to be some crazy 1v1 at the end. Yeah, maybe you want a crazy 1v1 at the end like we saw a handful of times yesterday, but it's all about coming through with full shields, full confidence, no doubt in that win right there for Horizon.
Yeah, maybe they don't want that 1v1, but as a caster, I'm going to be sitting to the side here and be biased, and I say I love those 1v1s. Bring me the heat there in those moments. I loved being able to see what's at stake for these teams, how nervous that adrenaline must feel there for those players when you come out of those really intense fights. So, you know, you have your own hand shaking sometimes when you get to see that action play off. But talking about the compositions that we've been seeing in EMEA, lots of Bloodhound. I know Rain Day, he took out his Rev model. I just have to highlight what I love seeing from EMEA here. It's got to be the Bloodhound, and I want to see more of that Bloodhound coming out from the EMEA region because it's really beneficial when you have so many Bangalores in the lobby, so that way you could scan through the smoke.
Don't make me bust out my Mirage Funko because I got one back here somewhere. But yeah, I think Bangalore, you know, like we're talking about, is going to be a lot in the EMEA region. Bloodhound is very popular in terms of hitting those scans. And then you're seeing Crypto in terms of being able to counter these Gibby bubbles that are going down. And unfortunately for Graceful, he's playing on a Legend that doesn't have any escapes. Imagine if he had an opportunity to go and escape in those situations. But you saw the drone went down. A grenade ends up taking down that drone. He never really got any major EMPs off. So that was a little bit of an unfortunate situation. But it was just astonishing to me, the tale of two different screens. One person is hitting no scopes, going crazy. They're not picking up nearly as many points. Then on the other hand, you have Horizon, big chillin', methodical, keeping all the action in front of them, moving in with the zone, dominating that final circle, and that's how you go and you play Apex. So a lot of different layers of strategy being shown.
And that was just one stream, too, Tom. We have another stream going on. It's going to be Groups B versus D. And looking at the results after the first game here, Guild Esports are leading the way, 24 points, getting more points than what we've seen so far within our own set of groups. If you guys want to tune into that stream, that's going to be twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG.
And you're starting to see the teams on the second page of the overall leaderboard, like Alliance, 789. Now they're starting to step it up, right? 789 was a team that was in that relegation area, on that bottom 32 through 40. They come out with a strong third place finish in game number 1 that has to feel good.
Yeah, you could see Alliance sitting in second place too. Another team that we were talking about a lot yesterday. Kind of quiet right now making the comeback. You can see that they've been getting a lot more comfortable on Storm Point as the days have gone on.
And it was just the Legend change that they had on match day number 1 2 days ago when they took out and brought in Bloodhound, right? If you have Bloodhound and Bangalore, that seems to be working a lot more for them. They had 1 point after 4 games. They dropped 27 points in game number 5 and 6, and they seem to be not all the way back, but kind of getting there, as you see the second page there from our other stream. That is Group B and D. You also have on our stream, make sure you guys check out the multi-Twitch, the multi-view here on Twitch in the command center too, because you can get all of the comms and you get up to 4 points of views.
Yeah, it looks really interesting looking at that other stream, though, because you saw IG was one of the first squads to go out in 17th place when that was a team who had scored first place in the first day of EMEA. So things are really heating up within this region. I think that gap is really closing in on a lot of these squads. I'm wondering how that's going to play off throughout the rest of today, because we still got 5 more games left.
And there's a couple of things that come into the Pro League, right? It's one, who's, coming through and adapting immediately. 2, maybe who's making some changes in terms of their compositions, just like Alliance was, and that's kind of what the adapting is. But I feel like if you lose confidence, that's going to be horrible right now. So it's nice to see, just in game number 1, teams like Alliance, 789 coming through, and maybe IG is going to be able to bounce back. But it's so difficult to stay at the top, right? And that's why your pick with Solo Q Goats, I'm like, I don't know. Can they really win this much? It's so difficult to do. You already saw players do that when they dominated 2 out of the first 3 games when the Pro League for EMEA started here. And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, they are human, right? And the rest of these teams, they're gunning for them.
Look, Tom, I get it. You got Energy's pick yesterday. I know you got the dub. You know what? You could shake on it. We can move on here. But I have faith in the Solo Q Goats, especially after their performance yesterday. I feel like because they were denied the dub, today they are hungrier than ever to obtain that. So that's why I chose Solo Q Goats, because I knew that they were going to try to make the comeback today. Although that game number 1 did not display that. We're going to have to see what they got coming back for game number 2. Our second game here on Storm Point. After this, we only have one more match. Match number 3 that's going to be played out on Storm Point, and then the following matches will be played on World's Edge.
That's a great point, Vicky. You almost forget that even though Solo Q Goats won overall yesterday in their group, that they didn't win a single game. That is a crazy fact, and you rarely see that happening because you get so many of those points by getting those 12 placements plus those final kills at the end, that extra 3, right? So you're saying that basically they're throwing away 6 points that they could have had for the times that they got second place, but yet they still were able to put up some serious scores. That is definitely commendable, and I'm excited to see how they do. Plus the interview with Shiv, I love how calm, cool, and collected he was, because we all know he's a little bit more crazier than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. It's all about that professionalism, kind of the opposite of what we heard in our listen-ins yesterday. But it's okay. You know what? We go again. Horizon, the team that we just saw win with 8 kills. Great placement in terms of where Horizon had put themselves on the edge of the circle by Mill. Wondering now, they're going to be blessed with the circle, so they're going to be able to already make those quick rotations after they finally loot up.
Yes, bless this mess. Horizon with 20 points already, looking like they're pretty strong, but that's not that many, Vicky. We've seen 30-point games, et cetera, et cetera. We're still just getting started here, like you said. One more match on Storm Point before we switch on over towards World's Edge. Unfortunately for Horizon, they're not getting the armors that they would really be looking for off of the rip, but this 50-50 could be still taking place over towards the back end over here. Solaris, we saw them get eliminated fairly early. Now it seems like Empire is a little bit spread out, right? Cleave's taking some damage. You can see the rest of Solaris is coming around. But I'm wondering if Joke's going to be looting a little bit too long, right? Because you seem like 2 players are trying to go and chase that kill, but you don't want to overextend too much.
Yeah, Solaris, it's funny though, because they had taken that 50-50 game number 1 against Game of Drones, and then they called it quits. They didn't want to contest them again over by Fish Farms. Instead, you saw them trying to contest that other team. They were like, all right, we need a space at least to be able to get some loot. And it looks like they're pinging Fish Farms to maybe get their revenge after the last game.
He's like, I know where they are. They're over here. That's the worst, though, when you didn't get contested in game number 1, and then all of a sudden a team's like, you know what? We're coming over here this time. It's like, what? Did I not have my Predator trail on? Do you think that I'm weak? Don't test us. Don't test us.
Oh, man. It's always making a statement. That's the most important part, because now they can rotate from Gale into Fish Farms. Empire is already going to rotate away from all that chaos that's going to happen. And seeing where the circle is going to be pulling, we don't have the information for where it's going to be pulling after this one, but very similar. It's a little bit on the outskirts of Mill, but we can expect it to keep pulling to the top left.
Yeah, it's definitely going to pull up on over towards that top left. I'm looking at that right-hand side where the chokes are going to be, all the teams that are going to have to rotate through, like where Horizon's going to be, Stormcatcher area. GMT, curious of what they're going to do. I think that they had a pretty quiet game number 1. And definitely looking forward to see what they're going to be doing going forward. But it's definitely a tough task for these teams to come through and play a new map. I love what they're bringing to the table already. You have to respect the level of competition when we're already in day 3 of EMEA for Stormpoint.
Yeah, we already have some of the scores out here for the overall standings. You know, Solo Q Goats sitting in that first place spot with 43 total points after their performance yesterday. Like we highlighted, they didn't take a win, but they were able to just frag out and be able to get all that KP. Navi, they hear Attack Esports. They're right on top of them, and they're trying to set up for a sabotaging play. They know Attack Esports was the beacon, but Attack Esports don't know that they're right on top of them, and Attack Esports are getting shot by another team. So it's just a matter of time before Navi just jumps on top of their heads.
3 teams in the vicinity. This is the most dangerous beacon in Stormpoint right now. The stick on top of the dome right there. Really nice nade, but now it's time to get back inside. And you know what? That zone isn't that important if you're in the death screen, so they're going to back off.
I know Navi's sitting here thinking that the team over by the other side by Command Center could be Horizon, since we did see them land there. They usually rotate out of there. Just essentially cock-blocked Navi here and just try to jump on top of Attack Esports. But now Attack Esports, they have a fighting chance. They are able to reposition it, and they're just continuing on this pressure. But they're going to get third party eventually, and now they're down 2 members.
The nades are coming in. Ron, just a sliver of HP, had 1 literal HP. Gets taken down. There goes the armor swap, too. Very quick armor swap by the enemy player. And Sonya, I feel like the Beast of the Hunt's been going forever throughout all of this. And you can see, does have a battery if he wants to pop it, but it's more or less try to get this knock, try to get that thirst, and then go for the immediate armor swap. No time to dance around, but dancing is continuing around the knockdown shield, and there it is, the kill. Rugby, can you get the res? We know there was multiple teams in this area. There grabs the banner. They have the respawn on top of the building. This is going to be big for Na'Vi.
Huge here. Na'Vi are going to be able to survive after that. They're going to be able to get the banner right here. They have the beacon right on top of their heads as well, so right after they're going to be able to get that player, they're going to also be able to go in for those quick rotations so close to the circle right there.
The respawn is coming through. Typically, you're going to see the portal play coming out, though, and maybe Rugby doesn't have that quite yet, or they're just feeling that confident. I would love to see, speaking of portals, there it is right there coming in for Wrath, and you can see the beacon, or the banner does get picked up, so you can bring that one back over. A lot of different skirmishes happening very early on this first rotation.
See Secom Putra, they're going to be able to rotate away to the left. Ascend, another one of these teams already taking up the real estate inside of these buildings. They're looking great, though, in terms of Evo shields, and they already get some KP. This is one of those teams that we were shocked have been having a bit of a slow start, but I like their final circle positioning here. They've already been set up inside these buildings, and they know that they're sharing that building across from them with another team.
Well, you know what Ascend means. It's to go up or climb, Vicky. So usually you start at the bottom, and then you have to make your way up to the top. That's why they named their team name Ascend.
They're trying to climb up from the bottom. Now we're here. Esenkum Potra. They're going to be able to start rotating a little bit to the left here. GMT Esports are also making the rotation. We were talking about where the circle is going to be pulling. Close to that top left corner. You expect a lot of these beacon. A mobile respawn beacon, though, being called in as GMT Esports have that player in their line of sight, coming in from the high ground, too.
Yeah, I'd be salty for getting peppered on those shots right there. It's the 2x rampage. That thing just absolutely rips. GMT is doing something that we've seen Energy do in the past, where they're playing out in the open against the mountain. They're keeping all of the action directly in front of them. The only thing you'd really have to worry about is a skyward dive on top of the mountain, but they're going for the safe play. It's going to be the bubble res. However, Serdell looks like he wants to send it. They don't have the phase breach, which would be an immediate send there, but it's a double bubble. You know there's 2 Gibbies in the area. There's going to be multiple teams on top of this.
And GMT have all these teams in their line of sight, and from height to, just to elaborate again, and you can see Serdell now moving in for the attack, but the team's been disengaged, but Vilshin cannot get away. GMT now are going to be able to push in for the advantage. They know that there's another squad to their left, so they have to be careful so that way they don't get pinched.
Serdell electing not to go for cells right here, instead wants to continue to fight this one out, and maybe that wasn't the play there as he gets immediately knocked. Another bubble is going to be used. You know, the enemy bubbles that were used as the res was going down is coming up in about 5 to 10 seconds, so that may call for some more skirmishing. Again, you don't have the phase breach to get out of here, but look at the shots from Hardeki again, still in full form, loving the wingman 2x. The purple mag, that is what they're missing on the GMT side. You can see no mag is a huge problem. Sometimes those extra 3 wingman shots are very useful.
Yeah, we're talking about Solo Queue Goats. Players is one of those other teams that are in the top 3 in the overall standing. So Players have been popping off. A bit of a slow day for them just yesterday, but it's fine here. You can see that's going to play into their slow gameplay as they're just going to hold on to this building. They have beacon control too, so they already know where that next circle is going to be pulling. Really smart for them to take that 50-50 rotation choice, as we still have Seiko Potra. They're going to be able to hang out on the high ground here. They're going to be able to put in some of that pressure, and they have to play this slowly because they've lost Vilshin in the start of that fight where GMT Esports can't even push in because they know there's another team up to the right, but with that phase breach, they absolutely can.
Hello to Wrath. Goodbye to Wrath. Nasky making him feel the Wrath right there as there's no armor swap coming through. He had a gray armor. Nasky's not interested. He has 6 batteries, and you get that little boost of healing inside of the bubble. I love that play from Serdell. Everybody on board with that one as they take control. And you're right, it's going to continue to pull over towards this west-hand side. You see a lot of teams already coexisting directly into the center. Meanwhile, you have a beacon being scanned on the very north side, I believe, and that's going to be meaning that they're going to have great zone knowledge moving forward. But where would you rotate through? Because you still have a team on the west, you have a team that's gatekeeping, you have a team Cascades. It'll be exciting to see players decide they want to go about their business. But speaking of players, players are doing some serious damage, and it's our king from the split 1. It's Hardeki.
Yeah, Hardeki is going to continue on with this onslaught of pressure from the wingman, but we know where that next circle is going to be pulling, and it's pulling away from players. Players don't know that, but they know that they want to get that beacon scan, and seeing that it's going to be on the mouth of Cenote Caves, we already see a team holding onto the high ground right behind that Trident spawn area by the hill that Cenote Caves kind of leads into, and we've seen a lot of those final circles pull in that direction away from players, so Hardeki taking a lot of damage now, going to be playing by the door. He's got that tether, but look at this. He's not even going to heal up because he knows that he's built different.
He is built different. You know, he's gonna hit him with the Matrix, just like shimmy sham strafe there. I love that confidence coming in from Hardeki. He had 3 blue armor swaps. He didn't even decide to use them. But you know what we're gonna use? We're gonna use this opportunity to hop in with a quick listen in with 4 game.
There's a car there.
Someone's crafting a mill. They saw us. We have to go straight, like run through the back straight.
They might get keepers too, by the way.
I think we Valkyrie from here and we try to go like on the cannon. No, there we can't. We can't do that. We have to keep running.
I'm pretty sure that they would try to get keepers, guys.
Yeah, but if we keep going here, we're fine. We're fine. The only issue is that I have 1 medkit for syringes, so I'm just gonna pop a syringe while waiting for you guys here.
Same for me.
Like we go here, okay? Who has the biggest side? Like I have a 1x.
I have a 1-2.
I have a bruiser. Do you want it?
Yeah. Well, you guys have to check. They're shooting towards south from the rock. We could go into cave and craft.
People just died at the cannon.
At the cannon? Okay, then we don't go there. What do you think of just going crafting? It's zone 2.
I reckon there's a team here already.
We need to be really fast. We need to the car.
We go to cave.
To the car if we do that.
Yeah, well, I'll come pick you guys up after this medkit.
Yeah.
Where's the crafting?
Let's go here. Let's regroup here.
Spin up.
Just get crafting materials, I'll craft. Medkits as well.
Just stuck a make going.
And then if we're gonna scout, and if you
Do
see,
you want to just walk behind the team that's in chase?
yes, we're gonna scout. If they see us, we just Valkyrie, and we can out of bounds them then.
Thank you. I can shift 2 on.
Oh, I've been kind of greedy on this one, but I should still make it.
I forgot I can just pick it up, man.
Do you have a medkit for me right now?
I dropped one on the ground.
There's one on the ground.
Here. I used my crafting.
Yeah, I can grab 4 medkits right now.
Yeah, just keep crafting. Remember that light is very visible, so things can
I'm on
easily
4
stay.
medics.
I'm at 1 right now, but getting some materials.
Someone just died here on my ping. Maybe it's a team in the choke and they're like their third got like picked or something.
How many medkits do you guys have?
I've
4.
a lot. I'm gonna keep crafting medkits.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move soon now.
I think we should just go after.
Yeah,
this
we're gonna go after this. I'm gonna pick this one up. I'll be at 2. Okay, just pick whatever you can carry right now. Let's go. Heal up. Yeah, but this wall can heal at last second again. This choke, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the one you want to play, right?
Yes.
Do you want my bruiser fay? I really like dot on flat.
Yes, maybe, but
Can we do like
there's shots here. Yeah.
Get ready to time medkit soon.
They're watching, I think.
Did they see us?
No, he's looking around. Though. Just wait here. 5 more kits, Jordan.
Did I miss this, huh?
I did not.
Should I make it right now and we go?
Yeah, we keep running, but this guy's hard watching though. I think we just Valkyries. Or do you think we can triple send him? It's an Ash. He's being shot at, right? He's up here.
He's
See him?
not. He's in zone, like.
No, he's not.
Yes.
Just go back.
Right there.
Let's
Can
go
I
walk
shoot?
then. Walk.
I think he's
Crouch.
on me.
He's gonna go in that spot. We 3, 2, 1. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I actually missed every shot.
I did.
He's
correct.
18 flash.
Okay, go back.
That's what it is for me.
Yeah, last medkit for me too. We're gonna pop it all together and then we're gonna Valkyrie. Okay, on me.
Okay.
Pop it now. We're gonna Valkyrie. We might have to go on the island. We might have to go on the cannon. We'll see. Okay.
Okay.
I fucking waved. He jumped as I shot.
Yeah, I hit 40 on him, man.
I had 50.
Team on cannon.
Do you see anyone on top?
Is it just a?
Rock's not in. Rock's not in.
Is the
There's
check
team
the build?
playing this. Team playing that on ping. Ping taken.
I don't see anyone on top over there. We can play behind the building here, maybe.
I think we can. Yeah, I think we go for it. Fuck! I fucked up, guys. We have to go for it.
I'm in.
He's peeking over. They're nading us. You have to bubble.
Come here.
Yeah, I can't. You have to bubble.
I'm biting here.
That's got my banner. Don't use the mobile yet.
Yeah.
Wait for them to be pressured.
Did you say no one's up the hill?
No one.
Can you grab his
You
banner?
can, yeah, I can. He's spotting on us. Go. Pull.
Go uphill.
No bubble. Oh, in trouble here. And I got
Oh, there's a rock. There's a rock.
There's a rock. Come to me.
Bubble bat.
Block it with bomb shield.
Yeah, well.
It might be moving up with this, guys. Careful.
Stop.
They are.
I'm gonna bubble. Good bubble.
You're fine. Our ultimate as well.
I don't. I really looked at the roof.
Careful of Vox. Just wait.
4 gang under a lot of pressure, but Vicky, they seem calm, cool, and collected throughout all of that. Not the best scenario to be in, but you can see they have the banner, they have the mobile respawn, and there's a lot of grenades coming their way.
I don't know if I'd be as calm as they are right now because they were getting shot in every angle. They get taken out. I mean, I can't agree with their indecision to really fully send it on Phoenix Legacy holding that choke point. Now they don't have that opportunity as Scar's in a fight themselves, getting third party here. Taishin trying to look for a shield swap and then have the opportunity to really poke with that deathbox, but they get that crack, so maybe they'll have some time.
Really nice shots with the wingman there, but the bubble, the aggression coming in by the enemy team, they are not letting Scars get away from that situation. Full send is the way throughout all of that pressure. Nobody stood a chance when Outplayed is playing that well. Really love that. Scars was trying to do whatever they could. I love what 4Gang was doing, but you can see once the fight starts, it is not going to stop.
No, now Totem want to make an appearance. Outplayed. They didn't take too much pressure, but Gibby definitely falling really low here. Epitome of one, as Andy is going to be able to fly away a little bit, trying to get a different angle. Outplayed, playing around this dome, but look at the way that this Valkyrie's dancing around the dome. Totem get taken out. Outplayed. Absolutely outplaying Totem right there, with Andy going in for the flank.
I feel like Andy just like slowly cowboy walked like a Western, like with his gun right there, coming through and just taking them down. The patience from the bubble play, really big, and now they are the kings of this side of the map. Really nicely done to be able to clear out that entire area, picking up some good kill points along the way. That was just a bloodbath.
Yeah, that was insane. So much fighting happening on that side of the map, but I wanted to highlight there where Phoenix Legacy's position was before we saw 4Gang have to use the redeploy outside of the ring. That was a really good spot for Phoenix Legacy to hold, because sometimes we do see circles pulling right outside of that little cliff that is on the mouth of Cenote Cave. So Laris have taken over that spot now, playing behind the rock as the ring is closing in right behind them. Currently see more of these teams making their way, but this time from this northern part of the map. So Laris have that natural cover of the rocks, and they are on the Bangalore too, so they have those smoke grenades for those quick rotations to get between other land masses that are right next to them.
And based on the math, we're going to have 7 full squads of 3 here too, so this is going to be pretty exciting. But typically this is what we've even seen in zone number 6. This is round number 4 closing. That just goes to show you how large that fight was over towards the side and how many teams ended up getting eliminated. On board with our winners from match number 1, that's going to be Horizon, big chilling inside of this building. You know that you have GMT, we saw them, and where Nasky was set up, they have the Kraber in hand trying to do their best graceful impression, and they got a lot of crated weapons out right now. The Spitfire in the hands of Shex.
Yeah, I love it too. We saw Max Drafe popping off in the kill feed with that Kraber earlier. We didn't see it in our point of view, but we definitely saw him having that progress here, as they're still going to hold on to the high ground. Really good spot, as a lot of these teams are just kind of funneling into their own corners. GMT Esports, though, having this high ground and the Kraber, very good combo, as you can see Max Drafe just peeking through the cracks.
And this is when things slow down, right? And then once the fight takes place, everybody starts collapsing. And why do you fight? Well, you have to deal with the teams that are coexisting next to you so you don't rotate parallel to them. And that's very key. So what do you do right here if you're GMT? You have to be on the outside looking in, pressuring the other teams, and then eventually you're going to have to deal with that team directly below you. There's a handful of different ways to make your rotation, and that's why these players have such great comms and so many different layers of strategy.
Let's not forget, Horizon is still alive. That team that just won game number 1, but love this base breach onto the high ground. Outplayed now are going to be able to have the Spitfire taking ground themselves, taking a page out of GMT's books as they were holding onto that rooftop with the Kraber. The dome being called in is really good here to protect their backs, but they're losing a lot of health. They lose Andy Jackson in the process. Not going to be able to clutch out that 1v3, but the rest of Outplayed has his back. The Rolling Thunder now, as they're supposed to take some cover, at least avoid some of that damage, but GMT Esports have their hands busy. They're fully sending it on a squad that's inside.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left, you have to take this fight because you need to be giving yourself time for any reses that are taking place. There goes the armor swaps that were originally for the team inside, and then it's going to be Nasky saying, nope, Max Strafe coming around the corner. They need to get the res immediately. There's the second armor swap that's going to be coming through. Nasky's on top of it. They understand with this zone closing, they're going to need their last player, and especially when you are fighting against the teams that have been popping off. Players has been doing phenomenal. You have OP that's looking really strong. What a game number 2.
Yeah, players outplayed GMT over to the side here. It's looking so scary for a lot of these teams, as that circle is going to be pulling out in the open. You see Max Strafe still with some ammo for the Kraber. He has some windows that he could be working from too. And Ascend not in the best position. Kashira being the only one left alive, and he's getting shot from the back.
Saw a lot of Kashira's point of view, playing a completely different composition when they do switch on over to World's Edge, but on this entry frag, Valkyrie right now, R301 Massive. 2x R301 seems to be the most popular scope right now, and having that, ooh, nice close snipe there from Max Strafe, not able to connect, but still instilling fear throughout all of this lobby. I love the positioning though, because if they can get their phase breach out again, they can just go right through that window.
Yeah, it's about sending a message too. You have the scary sound of the Kraber whizzing past your ear. Outplayed. They had a Spitfire, now they have the Volt here too. You can see a lot of these teams just taking their time, waiting for the opportunity here. You could also have the mobile respawn beacons as some makeshift cover. That's always really nice. Morning Stars have been playing from the back of that rock in the back end of the circle. They don't want to expose themselves because they don't want to get pinched with players holding this other angle.
You can see the wingman ammo kind of running low for Hardecki. He's been ripping shots a majority of the time. He's going to need to conserve that for this final fight that's going to be taking place. But what a big fight from GMT. You have to emphasize that. This is a potential game-winning fight that they took. Yes, they're pretty far from the zone. They're going to be one of the first teams that have to rotate. But that's the difference between going out in 7th or potentially winning this game and picking up a lot of points. Big, big fight for GMT to take control of this building.
Morning Stars, GMT players here now playing on each corner. GMT have that face breach though, and they're gonna fully send it onto Outplayed, but they literally face breach in their face. A nice hipfire Kraber shot, but it's not gonna be enough. It's only up to Naske, and he's not that nasty here as Outplayed lose out on a member. Now is the time for one of our squads to come in for a third party, but they get the crack. Outplayed now fully sending it as a duo.
There it is. Shaxx having himself a game, 6 kills, 6 assists. Morningstar is going to love that because the majority of players are going to be weak, but they're letting them heal. This could be a major mistake. You can see the passiveness coming through. Now it's a full 3-on-3-on-3. You still have players live on over towards the side, and they're maybe expecting pressure to come from players, and that's why they're playing a little bit passive. But there goes the full send. They're getting aggressive. Some Kung Fu fighting from the Valkyrie is not going to work. That's OP going out. Andy Jax with a pretty solid game, but they have to take 3rd place. Now players trying to control this lobby.
Players versus Morning Stars. Hardecki dancing around the dome. He's looking for maybe an opportunity to shield swap, but he doesn't even fully commit to it. He gets taken down by that massive shot. Artico falls low too, losing out on the shield. Morning Stars only up to Nisa though. Is it possible here? You swap over to the Rampage, but the massive is too strong. Close quarters. Players take game number 2.
Whew. Players coming through with the dub. They locked down the building for quite some time. You saw the wingman shots and the confidence from Hardecki. That's how you play it. The aggressive phase breaches from a handful of different teams. It started with the GMT inside of the building and ended with players in their Game 2 victory.
In a Gibby-less composition, nonetheless, even in that final circle where you don't have any cover, but they didn't have to worry about the bombardments. They were able to clear up that lobby, wait for the timing. Morning Stars, they were very patient in the back end of the circle, but players didn't want to fully commit until they had that opportunity.
There was a lot of kill points for our teams that placed inside of that top 3, top 5 too. So I really feel like unless you were in the top 5, you're not going to be picking up a lot of points in game number 2. It was dominated by those teams that set up early. You saw how difficult it was if you did not have a plan going forward like 4Gang. So tough to go and make that rotation. They were trying to come through in zone number 2 into zone number 3, and they were trying to 3-2-1 the player. They weren't able to do it. Had to Valkyrie ult, landed directly on a grenade. Next thing you know, all hell breaks loose over towards that side of the map.
It's so scary, especially when you take those 50-50 redeploys, and now we get to see the results of game number 2. Players coming out on top with 7 kills and that first place win, which is those additional 12 points that they wanted. And Morning Stars, though, put on a performance, 7 kills coming in second, but Outplayed really outdid themselves. 13 kills coming in 3rd place.
And besides the left-hand side, just look at that right-hand side. We were mentioning there's not a lot of kills unless you got inside of the top 5. Scars and Na'Vi were the only teams to basically pick up points that way. The rest of these teams are going to be struggling with points. This is a very, very top-heavy game number 2.
Actually, it's insane to see how close it is just looking at a lot of these teams in comparison to the results that we saw yesterday. Taking a look at page number 2 to see which of our teams are struggling a little bit. And Solo Q Goats, I'm cursed. I'm just going to walk away now. Solo Q Goats falling in 17th place again, not having the best day today.
You know, it's a humbling experience, Vicky. I completely get it. You know, I had the curse. Well, Onsa had the curse. He passed it to me, and then I passed it to you. You know, that's just how it goes.
No, I don't want this. I'm giving back the torch. You can take it from me. But seeing players come out on top still as consistent as ever, as they had a pretty rough day yesterday, is always nice to see. Taking a look at the results. Okay, Leo Green, 2,400 damage. And look at the amount of damage that this entire team put on together.
Popping off, and it's another Bangalore win in EMEA, right? It's just crazy to go and see that these are the compositions that aren't really being ran or perfected in North America, and not even really being respected that much in North America. We saw Rocket wasn't really throwing any disrespect, but he was saying, hey, we don't feel like, you know, Bangalore's that strong. I think that we can handle that situation. Maybe they just haven't gone against the best Bangalores in the world, because we know what these teams on players can do. We saw Horizon and their team in game number 1, and I can't wait to go and see the overall leaderboards to see exactly what's going on, because after 2 games, we've had 2 completely different winners and 2 completely different styles of play.
And very similar to yesterday. We had just a bunch of these teams really come out and we saw these different compositions. Not much has shifted away from those compositions, but now looking at the overall leaderboard, players, they've gone up all the way to first place by only a single point.
Yeah, and Morningstar's jumping up 9 spots. That's definitely standing out to me. My pick on the day, James and mine, Scars, all right. 9th place. We'll still got some time to go here. We still got 4 more games, 1 more on Storm Point.
All right, well, there's one more game, and for these teams, a lot of these newer teams feel much more comfortable on Storm Point. I'm expecting these heavy hitters to make a turnaround as we move on to World's Edge for game number 4.
2nd and 3rd now for ANC, and Sheck's had, I think, 6 kills, 6 assists when we saw him go down, maybe a little bit more. That's phenomenal stat lines, because sometimes you could play the entire time and not all 6 matches and barely get that. It's really nice to see that happening all in one game. But yes, the curse is real. Sorry, Solo Q Goats.
Yeah, honestly, just they're consistent, but consistently in that bottom end of the leaderboards. And that's not what we really were expecting from a team who is so top frag heavy in just a day ago.
It's really hard to be that consistent, though, and we have the B stream going on as well. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from that one. But that's why we're hyping up the teams like players, Solo Q Goats, so much. They've dominated the first 2 days. Doing it 3 days, it's almost unheard of, because that's just a lot of energy that goes into this. You see Alliance now, they're making their comeback, and they're feeling good. This is the first time we've seen Alliance at the top of any of the leaderboards over 3 days.
They always start figuring things out as the days have gone on. They showed that in split number 1, but I want to highlight Rascals jumping up 8 spots. I know we heard James, we heard Rain Day talking about the team who brought out the Octane. That was Rascals yesterday. I'm not too sure if that's what's happening right now, as they aren't on the mainstream, but you definitely do not want to miss the action happening over at twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG.
Big question is Dolphin playing on the Octane? That's what I really want to know, because if that's the case, that's going to be some exciting pushes that are happening from them on the second page. Kind of surprising to see some of these teams like IG, underrated out here, Fenerbahce, Rebel, Nemesis. Very, very strong lobbies all across the board in all of our regions.
Yeah, all the teams that were able to be on the top in the overall leaderboards for their respective days are now on the second page, on the lower end of the overall leaderboards. And I think that should highlight how the competition has been shaping up over the course of the last 3 days.
We'll find out if those teams can bounce back on the second half of this break. We're going to have Rain Day. We're going to have Bardolph. We'll be right back.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
almost a quarter down. In fact, 33% of the way through the broadcast. We are back with Game 3. It's going to be on Storm Point in EMEA. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by James Bardoff yet again for what will be the final game before we head into, of course, our lovely World's Edge to mix things up. We are hopping right in. I'm sure the fans are happy about it, James, and so are we.
I'm keeping one of my eyes on Outplayed for this one. They have had some very high placements in the first 2 matches, so I'm wondering if this is the run for them. Is today their day? It is the last map, as Rain Day mentioned, the last round, should I say, on Storm Point. Before we head to the edge of the world, I hear the world is flat, and maybe the next map is proof.
I know, you might just fall off. These teams not afraid of that on their Tridents, heading out into the wind. Furia. Boy, oh boy, they gave us a lot of rotation opportunities there. We get to see every part of the map, whether we want to or not. If you all follow along with Furia, famously known for rotating in the zone for the majority of the game. In Europe, haven't seen as much of that, but we have seen a lot of the same diversity and a lot of the same results that we expected. Players jumping out to a couple of really nice games there, clutching up towards the end. But you're right, ANC Outplayed, showing up in the final lobby pretty consistently. I think this is a good time, James, to hit back where we started, which is the 3 teams to watch that we had picked today to kind of give us a theme or a surprise or not. I'm looking at, most importantly, Solo Q Goats, the team that you highlighted, 0 points on the day. That is really surprising.
It is indeed. And after Game 2, where Fish Farms was given somewhat of a wild berth and we saw a land at Gale Station, it seems that we're seeing a rise of aggression again, and Sub may have some work to do if they look to potentially be pushed once the looting has been done. We'll see if that plays a part in this soon enough. But as we can see, the ring is heading to the east. There's a lot of rock formations in that ring, and people will have to make some tough decisions on where they choose to rotate in, because if they make the wrong decision in terms of where the ring is going later on, then they could find themselves between a rock and a hard place. Now we can see some shots being fired as Lager is starting to push through. Now, is this team going to kind of move up behind him, or is he going to have to fall back? Because I can't see both these teams leaving this area.
You know, this is Game of Drones and Solaris, and it's just such a shame to see them continually having to fight each other here. No one willing to back down. Sometimes the ego's not worth it. I mean, neither of them having great games. Solaris, I think, sitting on almost 0 points. I'm not sure exactly what they have, but it's not showing up here so far in our UI, which typically it does. We know Game of Drones, they have 7. But it's just not been effective for either of them to be splitting fish farms like this. And I know there's only so much you can do on match day, James, but, you know, the chaos really hasn't benefited either squad as they run around still looking to see where an opening is to finish this one off.
0 points for Solaris at present, and Game of Drones have got 3 kills, so they have 3 points. That is the current situation after the 2 games we have had, and you may want to reposition away from these Bangalore ults. I was actually wondering, in a scenario we saw where domes were burned in the previous game, if there is an argument for, let's say, a Jibby arm shield to try and protect the team from part of a Bangalore ult, if there is any play there, because it can be done with grenades, for example, but I don't know if there is something to be done as far as the that kind of ultimate is concerned.
It would certainly be a very, very intricate play. I'm sure you would have to hit at the exact creation of the location of the explosion. Possibly, you could help your team. I'm not sure if you would be able to help, beside the damage, though, the effect. And that's one of the biggest issues with the defensive bombardment and Rolling Thunder. The dizzying effect that you even have a slider version on the Valkyrie Missile Swarm. Part of what makes that tactical on Valkyrie so powerful is just because of the inherent nature of how powerful any type of lack of control can be for just a split second with players of this caliber in the lobby. But it's an interesting tech. I'd love to see that tried and experimented with. We may find out it's impossible, but those are the things that kind of push the envelope in the professional scene in Apex Legends, trying to find those things, because every now and then, one of them works.
We might see a full send here from Solaris. They've got it down, and that has to be the go command. But 2 of them have got no armor, just left, and it's turning around again. They had the 3 versus 2 situation, but suddenly, oh my days, what is happening? They're going to clutch it eventually. I thought they were done for there. They got it down while they were all on the inside. They've got a Loba ult up top as well to take advantage of. I thought Solaris were done for, but they turn it around in the nick of time.
You know, next time, that we need to listen in on those teams, because I just got to hear what they're talking about. It has become way way more than Apex Legends there. It has become a battle of egos, and I'm sure that they're very excited to get rid of Game of Drones. But the way they got rid of them, if I'm Game of Drones, I'm not thinking we lost that fight clear and clear, so we shouldn't challenge Solaris. I'm thinking unlucky, right? I mean, we got down. We were almost trading. We downed 2. It was just a 1v1. That's not discouraging me in the same way that, hey, maybe you go up against, the likes of players. Hardeki 1v3's your squad, and you go, okay, let's find somewhere else to go.
Fish Farms is so spread out that even with a Loba ult, you're still going to have to spend some time moving through the other buildings. So it can mean for a long rotation, but when you're contesting as well, then that just delays everything yet more. But hey, 3 kills on the board. I mean, it's a coin flip, basically, from what we've seen so far, who gets those 3 kills. So there's a lot of variance involved, but we'll see. Well, this is the last one we'll see, actually, for now, of course, because we will be changing map afterwards. So
yeah,
I don't know if they'll be content with the proceedings there. Either way, it is all history now. Empire looking to move towards some higher ground. Now, I can't imagine they'll be using the launchers here to announce their arrival. They'll have to go the long way, make their way up top and see what is happening. We've got 15 squads remaining already, so we've had a lot of heavy losses early. Normally, this map tends to be slower, but we've got quite some aggression, it seems, so far.
Last map, people try different things, especially if it hasn't been working. That's a good tether, by the way. It's actually going to hit Savage. Incredible play there and keep him in check. And that actually might ward off Reply Totem from pushing OP. Really amazing, the value of a tactical that Ash can present. The tether, really some interesting interactions. It will take down a Valkyrie flying from the sky. It will shut down a Horizon Q going up, essentially, and pull her almost back down. It will cancel things like a jump pad or a grapple. It is a really, really interesting tactical that brings a lot of control, and I don't know if the casual, maybe more of the more relaxed Apex Legends viewer understands it in the same way, but, it's hard to hit, but when you do hit them, boy, oh boy, you can really set a lot up off it.
Part of the reason we may have seen the disengagement there is that Scars were third-partying. Outplayed already had 1 man on his hands and knees. They had 1 down. They only had 2 players who could fight, and Scars came in to harvest them. So we have 14 squads remaining. Scars with some early KP here. I think they killed at least 2 of these standing players. They did kill the guy who was on the floor as well, Scars. So they are in a good situation as well. But Reply Totem will have some kind of leverage over them vertically, looking to do what they can, but for now it will just be the spiders. But hey, that is some loot as well. So we have 14 squads remaining. This is unprecedented in the recent games of Stormpoint we have seen, both in EMEA and in North America. People really looking to press the go button as we are in the last version of this map for today.
Round 1 not even closing. This is when we see maybe the first Valkyrie ults. We haven't even really seen a Valkyrie ult yet. You're right, 6 squads, or 5 squads rather, already down. GMT Esports in the scuffle as well. We know that they ran across Horizon, Solo Q Goats. Who is on the other side of the wingman for Dell, a team we desperately wanted to see how they would perform. Could just be a Valkyrie ult maybe around the cover. It would still be a very dangerous spot to do so. You see a dome actually over in the corner already put out, so that spells a little bit of vulnerability. And it's Empire, it is GMT, and it's Kangarna, all in the same vicinity, trying to see who has the weakest armor and who might be the most ready to strike on.
GMT is Guardians of the Maiden Tower. Not Greenwich Mean Time. We will be changing time zone to BST this weekend, so make sure your clocks are up to date for this weekend's action in EMEA. Crypto ult to Grief and bring some shields down as Kangarna will hold some angles now. Things could get awkward if they have some grenades come their way. They do have a vehicle for cover as well, which could be useful for them. Sure, they'll be looking to get some purple armor soon, and as we can see around them, there are some purple armors to contest with. GMT currently holding not 1 but 2 buildings, with Empire keeping watch close by as well. Very awkward for some of these positions. Again, they are kind of cornered by that wall and vehicle, so trying to rotate out of there could be awkward depending on what else happens.
Definitely wanting to show presence because Dell doesn't have a lot of other reasons to be out there poking. He's only got 60 ammo. He's already got a purple. Maybe searching for the red Evo, but I think he's just really trying to hold this space because this is where they want to end up. It's a tether on the backside to what most must be Kangarna graceful on the Crypto. It's the Valkyrie, and I believe the Gibraltar pushing up. And we want to see a little bit more of this skirmish. If it's going to develop, there is a phase breach on the side of Dell. So he may be able to use the ultimate to get out of dodge quickly, reposition, and have another angle that is better suited to be able to take on Badoli, JMW, and Graceful. But here's the deal. You do not want to get Crypto ulted. They know this could be coming.
Oh!
And there it is, destroyed with the missile swarm right away and a quick shot. Graceful, he's going to have to wait a little bit for his drone to come back. Nice plays there, reactive plays from GMT.
Yeah, you could see the panic when he heard the missiles coming towards, but he just couldn't get the drone away. I think he maybe thought he was far enough away, but apparently not. So after using the ultimate accelerant, there will be no ultimate just yet. So they might be using that, who knows, to maybe for a push, maybe just to fall away. In the meantime, Phoenix Legacy have got big problems, and Lyfan's alone now. His team are relying on him to find a way to clutch this out. Sabzan of importance, just having to crawl around, trying not to get finished by the remaining players as he moves through with the Peacekeeper now looking for even more big damage. A big whiff, though, and he was one shot short of maybe something. Although there were more players as well, and that will be Phoenix Legacy eliminated. 13 squads remain.
4-gang, Row. What a play. The Mastiff shows true. If you want to see which is better, the PK or the Mastiff, Row might have just put in one in the Mastiff column. Although he did miss that last shot, which, of course, after the first 2 pumps, got Row down to just 5 health. Big clutch, big moment. Forg sitting on at least 2 kills. Moving forward, 13 squads left as round 2 continues to close. A very fast day so far in Storm Point, at least in Game 3. We've almost got everything tied on, dusted, and settled here in this map. But there could be a big swing, and 4-gang is a team we've expected to keep performing at a high level. They winning this game, James, would certainly upset the leaderboard, possibly push up into first. And if they keep making plays like that, well, it's certainly a possibility.
I wonder what the law was of legit lolly becoming legit. What happened before legitimacy?
Just
was
lolly.
It fraudulent lolly? Sunday market lolly? Who knows? Homemade lolly? Homebrew lolly?
Reformed.
So many questions, but maybe we'll never have the answers. This is suddenly an awkward rotation for them as they find themselves lacking cover with the ring coming through behind them. They do have a plan B rotation though. Not what they were intending, but sometimes it be like that, as the saying goes. And it is players. Ooh. Hey, if you see Hardeki in front of you and you've got another way to go, go the other way. Just take my advice. It'll be worth it.
And if I see a Bangalore, you know, we're looking at maybe 3 or 4 teams running the bang in this lobby, and especially a team who you might be running into more consistently if you are Forg in terms of rotations. You just kind of run away. Unless it's an easy fight, unless you get it down, you have a good, probably got a 25% chance that might be players. Definitely not a team you want to go toe-to-toe with or head-to-head. 4-gang, either way, still alive. Had a definite backup plan as well, and that's kind of what I like about having the Valkyrie and the Ashe. Don't get me wrong, the Wraith is great. I like these teams playing Crypto as well, but the Valk and the Ashe really provides you 2 different opportunities to make something happen. And GMT Sir Dell says, I only need 2 opportunities. That's 2 heavy bullets in my wingman to make something happen there. They take care of Kungarna. 12 squads left and a couple more headshots. Could that be Empire? Finally hearing the fight go down. It is Ranches. He falls, and he is going to hide behind as the revive is coming through on the left-hand side. He's got to do everything that he can. This is Cleve trying to buy time, and he's bought a little bit. He's definitely down strafe. What can Dell do here? He's hiding behind the door. They're going to kick it through just to allow Nasky to pop a shield back behind. Empire falls, and GMT, looking like their former glory, is about to return.
You have to respect the desperation play, bursting out of the doors like Chuck Norris to try and allow the rest to come through, and maybe some shields on the inside, but it wasn't enough. It was a high-risk play, but they had to do something. You have to respect it, but in the end, they will be turned into boxes, and GMT will find themselves with a number of kills on the board now. I'm not sure of the whole total, but they're in pretty good stead, especially with 11 squads left, and they've given themselves some space with which to rotate as they are slightly out of the zone at present. And we move with Ascend now. We've got some boxes around them. There's an assist for Kashira at the very least, so they must be having some success as well. Looking at other teams who will be rotating in their direction as they look towards the edge of the next ring. And 15 seconds away until that ring starts to close, and maybe these teams will be forced forward. So they'll try to visualize and look at where the threats may be coming from as they'll see some things thrown at this team they're keeping an eye on. We'll see if they're going to be contested for the position that they're in.
Well, a great opportunity to put your name on the map is to perform in playoffs. That's coming up in a month. But the playoffs right before, it was all new esports, now known as Ascend. And Kashera has a couple of words for us.
If we're talking Stormpoint, the legend.
Or at least he did. I heard a few, James.
That was a couple of words. I mean, you weren't misleading us.
I wasn't lying. I said he had a couple of words for us, guys. I mean, come on. What do you expect from me here?
We're on the
no
club,
lies.
guys. It's a lot of actions to cover, okay?
I'm a very literal guy, like in Arrested Development. I love that show, the Literal Doctor. It's so great, you know. But you gotta sometimes say, hey, yeah, a couple is all I got for you. We're good.
Ooh,
give him the old Vin Diesel treatment.
They had a nice run, but they ate some Arc Stars, and now it is the end of Scars, and GMT are finding more success by eliminating Solaris. So we move down to 9 squads. This is almost like a pub game of how many squads we're losing, while the ring is of a reasonable size. GMT in trouble now, but so are Morning Stars, trying to shield up in plain sight. They've got some shields with which to cover, but the Qs from the Valkyrie are not going to help either, and they're going to be gone. 4Gang and Morning Stars stereo kills as we move down to 7.
Yeah, GMT actually doing the work onto 4Gang. So that's a big team to get rid of. Getting rid of Empire, getting rid of Kangarna, getting rid of 4Gang. GMT are on a tear right now. And Reply Totem, 7 squads left, are going to have a chance to approach this circle after healing up with all of that loot. GMT probably, from that position we could see on screen, just third-partying, getting a couple of KP through the side there. Also have some loot to deal with as well. So really involved in the action. 4 circles gone by. 45 seconds before this one starts to close, and we head into round 5. It is kind of an unprecedented pace that EU and EMEA has been on, but it's okay because Natus and Seer are enjoying every minute of it. They've got the Bangalore ult, the Rolling Thunder. They can take inside, and what they're probably going to do is just force an engagement that's really in their favor. We know which way you've got to go to avoid this one. The Arc Star to do it as well, and to close the door, saying you can't go into the portal before we take you down. He will make it in there, but it certainly seems like Natus and Seer are in command.
How on earth did that Jibby escape into that portal? Who knows if he survives, but he made it somewhere. And you can see it's not worth them chasing in the portal because they have position. They have a building. Look at that ring. This building is so important. This is a gold mine. They could really go from rags to riches if they can survive here. 7 squads remaining. Plenty more work to do as we have another Bangalore ult potentially on the way with the ultimate accelerant. The L-Star there putting in big damage, and we can see how important these buildings are now. Players on the way in the outside at the moment, and maybe they're happy to exist there, especially because they can control some space with the Bangalore ult. So we'll see, I mean, with the Bangalore smokes rather. So we'll see if all these teams can survive. That ring is really closing, and the pressure's going to start to rise.
Ascend up on top. Can they ascend in the lobby? They've done well over the course of these days. They've done well in the final playoff, stealing what many thought the championship from Alliance, from players. But Reply Totem, they have the best reply here. It's survival. Shield battery and shield cells at the ready. Wingman with the purple magazine. Hardeki also on the other side of things. We are setting up for quite a finale here on Stormpoint. Horizon, Ruab, he's going to find the Rampage as well. What a weapon, especially when you've got 40 in the tank, ready to go. Hitting headshots with this one is so deadly. No Thermite, though, to rev it up, but he's got the Missile Swarm. That'll concuss them down below and do a little bit of damage. But Horizon not able to really populate themselves into that area to take advantage of it. Reply Totem getting pushed on as well, and this is a Mastiff in the hand for Sharp. He's got a sharp shot, but he's not going to push this one in the envelope at all. They're content with where they're staying, James, even though in 55 seconds, they're going to be forced to move even closer.
Horizon are in all kinds of trouble at present. So many bombardments, so many burn domes. Grenades would be absolutely crucial if there are any left for these teams at the present, and there are still a few domes of which to get these shields back up, and these late domes will be so important indeed. Just pushing their teammates into the zone. But have a look at this 0-0 with the Wingman. No mercy to be shown here. Somehow still 6 squads alive. Everybody's hurting somehow, and we have a few more domes as they try to get something done. Are we going to see a respawn here? The beacon is ready. He's taking the bacon to the beacon to get his teammates back in the game.
And can the beacon get beaten with the bacon in hand? That's what we're going to try to find out. Respawn coming through. So Horizon, at least he's found a way, Mimu, to distract the rest of the lobby, and 6 squads left. maybe that's all you need. Mobile respawn as well for Amaz. They've got a chance, Reply. Everyone wants to have the right answer in a problem that doesn't seem to have the equation fully filled out yet. It's a difficult problem for anyone to solve, but if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be the one who has the vantage point, and that's exactly where Reply Totem and Jay Savage are going to be up on top, Ascend, saying we're supposed to be the ones to ascend in this final lobby. You getting higher than us. I don't like the way that feels. And he's not going to like the way that feels as well when the R301 is hitting. Sharp finds the kill there. And oh my gosh, that's going to be Jay Savage. Reply Totem losing 1. 5 squads remaining. It's all of Reply Totem down.
Thank you for playing is the message that Ascend sent to Reply Totem. And I thought they were going to land on players, but they didn't even have to be the problem because Ascend have great height advantage now as that ring starts to close in. And they're going to have edges and all the teams below them. They'll be able to drop at will. And there's nothing but boxes they're surrounded by. Hardeki putting in work as well as we move down to 3 squads. Horizon have been eliminated. And we can see players, they've been chilling behind this wall for a while now, and they're going to have a reasonable amount of cover. And look, they've got half the map to themselves, essentially. So we've got high side. Who's at risk the most here? Maybe Na'Vi are the guys who should be most concerned, but there could be a push here from players as they start to move forward.
I'm not going to lie, a punch kill could happen here, especially if the circle starts to end closer to that ledge. Watch out for some of the melee plays because there could be a highlight like we've never seen before. Maybe the likes of Snipe Down with TSM when he landed down with the heirloom to get 2 kills to help them clutch that one up in their big playoff run. Ascend, of course, on top though. They do have the Wraith ultimate, but they don't have the Ash. So when you talk about aggression and movement, it's not going to be that quick portal. It's going to be a little more patient. They do have a Skyward Dive potentially, but I think the defensive bombardment is going to be enough here. Artico on the Bangalore, and players opening up with so much space. James, they have plenty of ways to play this. They've got smokes on top. They could smoke the area that the players are going to go in. No doubt they've got plenty of digital threats for everyone to be able to shoot through, but it's not a Spinseer who are closest to them. And so the question is not a Spinseer an Ascend fight, or do they go ahead and fight players? We're going to find the answer real soon as this final circle starts to move, and it is all Judgment Day for these 3 teams lasting now.
Look at Ascend's ammo, though. They are pretty low on ammo. Rugby might have enough with the Volts and a Digi threat, but that R301 was a little lacking on Ascend's side, so they might have to drop early just to try and find some boxes while there's a distraction and get some more ammo in the hole. We'll see what happens, or we'll try and see, as there are smokes everywhere around players at the very least. Ace playing edge for the time being. We'll see if they were able to get enough ammo to win out here. This could be anyone's. Cover is going to be sparse, and we can see Na'Vi moving towards the rug, trying to give themselves some more options now as the domes come through, and the Arc Stars as well, sending the Arc Stars, but will they send the team behind it?
They can't even see players. The smoke is creating this mist that no one wants to walk in or out. It's like a Stephen King novel, and they're scared of what's inside. I would be too, because guess what? It's not a monster, but it might as well be. It's Artico, and it's players. Hardeki, Leogri, Artico looking to clean it up. Oh, and they have. Job's done. Storm Point, Game 3, goes to players.
Last 3 teams and players have half the map again. They are mastering position, especially with the Bangalore on the team. They got the smokes up, they've got the digi threats, they have all the tools with which to do the job. You've got to send on the high ground, but players are just chilling behind the wall. They find themselves in superior position. It's the other teams, it's Na'Vi who've got to force their way forward, while players have got 50% of the angle safe, and they can wait to take those right engagements, and they've got the skill to do it as well.
You see the way the smokes impact the meta and why on Storm Point Bangalore is showing up. Now, we saw a Jibby team in Ascend come down and fight in the middle of that circle. This is very much similar to the conversations North America and Rocker were talking about with Bangalore. They think it goes well, but in that situation, Ascend were, yes, in the middle of 2 teams, but in the middle of 2 smokes. They couldn't really fight either way. There was no clear angle to approach in this wide open space, which is why maybe in general Gibby might win, but the fact that Storm Point creates so many more open opportunities where the smoke can hide you just as well or better than a dome shield, it is not going to be just as simple as this character is better than that. Bangalore certainly seems to be here to stay in this meta.
Shoutouts to GMT Esports, 5th place, but with 13 kills, they have a total of 17, a second best in the lobby. Reply Totem in 8th, in 6th rather, with 8 kills and 11 points. So despite not having the highest finishes, they get a boatload of points on the score. A bit of, yeah, that works out somehow, some gibberish there. Anyway, Scars, I was looking at Scars today. That wasn't the best game for them. They get 3 points on the board, and Phoenix Legacy with a difficult game as well. Also for Kangana, a name that we were talking a lot about earlier on today, but the last game on Stormpoint won't be the best one for them.
What is going on with solo queue goats? 0 points across 3? I mean, this can't be possible here. I don't know what's happening. Definitely a surprise. Not even, really a surprise. Disappointment, I would say, for a lot of those fans. And just popping off of such an incredible win yesterday, leading EMEA. I wonder why they took their foot off the gas. Obviously, 3 games to bounce back. It's not over till it's over. And we certainly, though, see a couple of teams performing the way we would have expected. Hardeki, Artico, Leogri, 2, 3, and 3, sharing the damage, but really more of a positioning game that really worked for them.
Absolutely. Again, looking at GMT, they were dominating the kill feed, doing the heavy lifting, but players would just hold position and go deep, get maximum points for placement and the kills where they need to get them. Again, controlling these late rings, they just give themselves so much real estate. It's really fascinating to watch the way they do it with the different scenarios. They just took one of the best positions, and again, I thought a team was going to drop on them with the Ubing, but they got absolutely wrecked in a spectacular fashion. And even if they did drop against players, rather you than me. So another humongous game for them, where they get all the points they need. But again, solo queue goats are the guys who are supposed to be defending. They are the guys who are at the top of the overall leaderboard coming into today, but the first 3 games have not been it for them.
No, it certainly hasn't been their moment. And will it change? I don't know. Taking a look at these 3 games, we've seen a lot of teams actually stand out. Maybe not even on the tip of the conversation beat, which is Empire, which is Kangarna. Game 1 definitely went the way of Kangarna. We followed along with Graceful's incredible play with the Kraber. How about that as well? Players involved, a great Hardeki moment. When is there not a great Hardeki moment in a tournament he's playing in? But then it would all be Horizon and Mimu and 0-0 and Ruab on that 30-30 repeater, just kind of closing in, handling business real simply. No need to complicate things for them. They've had a really nice start to today.
We have been blessed with the most exquisite Apex every game this entire week. We haven't had a bad day, we haven't had a bad game, and where there's been like a slow game on Stormpoint, it's just been part of a build-up to an outstanding crescendo towards the end. And these matches were no different. Again, we had so much Kraber earlier on, plenty of Wingman as well. These games have got everything in them, and again, we are only halfway done, but for Stormpoint, we already have the contrast with NA, as we mentioned, with the different, the Bangalore, the Jibbies and so on, the different viewpoints. And going into World's Edge and the changes we're going to see will be exciting, but these games have been quite the highlight. I can't wait to see match 3, just to see how much work GMT puts in. Absolutely wildness. But again, players didn't just have a good game 3, they had a perfect game 2 as well, going all the way to the end here.
Yeah, and to be able to take Game 2 and then take Game 3, we're talking about a team now winning 2 out of 3. This is starting to look like what we expect from players, where after 3, after 4, they're leading the lobby by 15, 20 points. It looks impossible for anyone to take first. We start talking about, okay, how can someone get second place? I mean, it feels trite and contrived, but it's the players doing it. They're the ones who are performing above everyone else. And you say, what separates them? What makes them so good? Partly it's the skill. I mean, they obviously are so good at winning these team fights. The Wingman with Hardeki in his hands, and the way Artico is kind of transforming and bringing a new light to how effective this Bangalore can be. No disrespect to anybody who's played it before, but just the mobile cover, the clarity with how they like to move with this character, and, really the synergy with their team. They never feel like they're disconnected and trying to do different things. It seems very cohesive. I don't know how they've created that culture, but it certainly has made them the biggest threat, in my opinion, in EMEA.
Absolutely, and it's definitely worth looking at the highlights from Hardeki on his Twitter account, because you can hear the comms of the team as well. You may not understand the language, but you can see the calmness and the unity behind it, and obviously his individual skill, which is, quite frankly, outrageous. And we can see where the teams have been landing today. Again, you can see Solaris and Game of Drones definitely had a difficult time, having plenty of early combat and fish farms, some coin flips as to the one team that leaves that position, which definitely left left them towards the back of the leaderboard, but you could see how many players are up towards the top right, towards the lightning rod and such, and I can't be the only person who was jumping off the map when this first came in around that lightning rod position and just dying and wondering what I've done.
I think actually really, to me, James, part of what, when you look at that map, Solo Q Goats and Mutarium have had to do is to go through Horizon and Na'Vi for most of their transitions, starting in the utmost north corner, having to go down southward where all of these zones had to. They were really coming across, and even in Game 1, we saw it, the gatekeeping from Horizon, Ruab, 0-0, and Mimu were able to shut down Solo Q Goats. And the fact that Natus Vincere are in that final circle in Game 3, you can expect something similar. I think it's really just maybe some other teams stepping up that Solo Q Goats aren't as prepared to in this clash of lobbies deal with in the same way, that like to play a little more methodical, a little bit more grief-oriented. Not that that's really a strategy. It's just more of we like to make sure our back is clear before we move in. We're more methodical that way. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, though, and get your thoughts on this one, James.
Well, players, no surprise, at the top. And perhaps it's a battle for second place. I mean, there is a battle for second place. That much is fair to say, because second to fifth are all pretty close to each other. However, one big game could send somebody over players, so by no means is it over just yet. But, I mean, players are always going to be the team you're targeting. They haven't always had great games, so if somebody can find a way to get them out early, I mean, there is risk involved in that. There's a lot of risk involved in that, but perhaps there is a chance that somebody else can take him over. But they have had a great start to things here. And looking at the bottom half of the board, of course, it is very much time for Solo Q Goats to find a way to turn things around. Perhaps the new map is a relief for the likes of Game of Thrones and Solaris, now that they, I imagine, won't be competing with each other on World's Edge like they were in the fish farms.
And Solaris is a team that desperately needs it in the relegation kind of period here after, which will soon to be after 3 days gone by in EMEA, only a few more left. So you got to start making that move. And clearly jumping up 8 spots in Game 3, that's a good sign. What will happen in Game 4? In World's Edge, we are going to see these teams clash again. But if you want to see what happened on the other side of the broadcast in Game 3, we have the results for you. It's Guild Esports and Alliance. Well, Tom, if you and I were just, maybe 3 days earlier, we would have been able to win these picks here. Guild Esports, Alliance. I know there's a lot of these teams that we've been focusing on when they were going to perform. Looks like today was the day they decided enough was enough. Let's get to the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, but if you look at 7th place, they're only 5 points behind first place. So there could be a lot of rotation in these rosters. But it's great to see Alliance having a good game. We've been keeping an eye on them, and they haven't always been where we expect them to be. They are 4 now, but that could look very different 3 games from now. So we'll see what is happening. Fenerbahce, though, having a nightmare today. Pinky, Finky, Tinky, where you at? IG International, we were talking about them at the beginning of the broadcast, and they find themselves very close to the bottom. So there are struggles in both sides.
I'll tell you also, you didn't maybe notice it, but 7-8-9, a team who had found themselves in 18, 19, 20 over the last couple of days, they're in 5th. So shout out to Stestu holding it down together. I think the longest lasting member of that team since their performance in Poland at the beginning of Apex Legends. Competitive. It's a great thing to see them kind of on the rise. Will they be able to make some type of turnaround? So many things happening. If you want to see the action, twitch.tv/versusgaming_G. is where you can find these groups that are playing off broadcast. Of course, we got multi-view, we got a secondary stream. Pretty much any type of Apex Legends you want to watch, we got you covered. It's a fantastic day because it's 3 done, 3 more to go. World's Edge coming up. And this is where we'll see, James, teams who maybe haven't had a chance to dominate start switching up the momentum, and teams who maybe didn't feel comfortable with Stormpoint feeling a lot more comfortable with the most notable and the most played competitive map by far in Apex Legends.
Yeah, and hey, nothing brings the best out of Vicky other than caustic gas in the final ring. So I know there's going to be a lot of that coming the way of World's Edge. So we'll see what the team compositions are looking like now that we have new terrain for them to traverse.
All right, new terrain coming up here. World's Edge, Game 4. Vicky and Tom on the cast. It's Rain Day and Bardoff signing off now. We'll see you in Game 5. But enjoy the break. We'll be back after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Storm Point is finished as we move on to World's Edge for game number 4. Players with back-to-back wins. All 3 compositions that won have had Bangalore in them. Vicky and T-Squared bringing you the action. And wow, what an exciting time if you're a Players fan. They have won, out of the 9 games we've casted, they've taken 4 of those.
Yeah, now we're taking our trip downtown to World's Edge here with players already with 2 back-to-back wins. You already know that gap is being built up between first and second place.
It's amazing to watch how they've been able to execute on all these different levels. I loved the tail end of that last zone, how they put themselves in the corner, they smoked that out, and then all of a sudden they forced the other 2 teams to fight. Surprisingly enough, they're doing this without a Gibraltar in their composition, and Gibby's definitely in that 90 to 95% pick rate. You know that when people are playing in scrims, in tournaments, even in ranked, Gibby's almost a staple all the time.
Absolutely. And now as we move over to World's Edge, are we still going to see more of these Gibby-less compositions, or are we going to see more of the Bangalores come out even though we're moving away from Storm Point?
Exactly. And the question is Caustic, too. Caustic's definitely going to be a lot more viable. Definitely not something that you're going to see in Storm Point. Going to be much more used here on World's Edge as we get ready for game number 4. And I love what's going on in the second stream, too. I think Bardoff was saying all the way through 1 through 8th, all the way separated by 5, only separated by 5 points. That's insane.
That is absolutely insane. You guys definitely don't want to miss the action there. That is on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. But here we have, guys, groups A versus C happening right now. Match number 4, EMEA. Looks completely different compared to what we had seen from EMEA day 1. And I love this. I love the quick adaptation that we're actually seeing from a lot of these squads.
If you love competitive Apex, if you love the ALGS, which I know you do, then this is your week. We had Stockholm, Sweden, the playoffs announced yesterday. All of these players are fighting, trying to get through this Pro League to get top 10 in their region so they can stamp their ticket there. And we're going all the way till Monday. It's just back-to-back non-stop Apex action.
I can only imagine how the players feel, too. They're constantly warmed up. We see players now, they're still running the Gibbulous composition. Tom, what is that going to mean for players if we see a circle pulling out in the open in front of Lava Siphon? That would be absolutely insane.
I think they're playing it the right way. They're smoking out and they're healing as the defensive bombardments are going down. And again, you can't reiterate it enough that if you are running a Gibbulous composition, when you need to take over the enemy bubble, all 3 players are going to be on that same page. That means they're going to full send all at the same exact time. You love to go and see that as you see Hardeki creeping and crawling. Is that an enemy directly in front of them? It looks like it is. So they are already trying to set up an ambush over here towards their landing spot.
Yeah, that game 1 50-50 that we saw persist isn't the only 50-50 that we're seeing right now, and they're jumping on top of this team. Hardeki getting into position. He's got the blue Eva, but look at the follow-up. Look at the comms coming in as Leogri now follows up with Hardeki.
So the last thing I would do is contest this team, right? You're over towards the Lava Siphon side. You have the no-name area. I'm not quite sure if that's the vibe coming in for 4Gang. You got to feel bad for Rowe right there. He didn't stand a chance. They didn't have time to close the door behind him.
Look how quick Phoenix left. He is so far away. He said, that is none of my business. Players now are on the hunt, trying to see where the rest of 4Gang has gone. And now we get to take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling. Oh, look at that choke point by the train tracks all the way to Landslide. That's going to be insane. Currently, though, the team that lands Landslide, though, already have that beacon control, so they already know where the circle is going to be pulling.
That mountain is eating up 50% of the zone already. You know the players are not going to be stoked about seeing how much real estate's already being taken up by the map on this particular one. And I'm curious where this is going to go, Vicky. I haven't seen this circle in quite some time. Yeah, you have a lot of landslide in right here. GMT's making their way over there. You don't want to bank on the construction building. I don't think that's the vibe for this zone right here. You can see already the top teams are making their way over towards landslide. So more than likely going to be finishing on over there, but still, this is tough. Usually you have a lot more area to work with right now as you see everybody starting to rotate on that southern east side. There's going to be a lot of action that you have players dealing with. They may stay there and continue to frag out, or they may make their way in early. I'm curious to see what that play is going to be.
Yeah, Ascend's already there. Se Compota, lands there. GMT's rotating there. I mean, look how many teams have already made their quick rotation into the circle just in the last few seconds that we were able to actually visualize where that mini-map is going to be pulling for us.
They are not playing around. Over towards the staging side, you can see Na'Vi over in the Dorito building, now making their way a little bit more forward. Game of drones in the area too, and that's going to be the Bocek bow coming through. And I love watching the 3x Bocek players. I mean, I am the worst with this weapon, so I love when the pro players get it in their hands. I'm open for any tips how to shoot this gun.
You know, I'm being nitpicky here. I wonder if I'm the only one to complain about this, but man, I wish I could put that 2x4 on the Bocek. I would go absolutely crazy. I can't complain with that 3x scope either yet, though. That 2x4 is actually in the replicator right now. You can't put that on the Bocek, though, as Outplayed now are making the rotations with a Caustic on their team composition. Shex, being on the Valk, is going to be able to taxi the two big boys. A fight happening over by Landside. We saw many teams were making the rotation on here, and this is exactly what we were expecting after looking at that minimap.
Man, he stays there. That was interesting. You saw the phase breach coming out from Scars as Ascend's laying down some cover fire there with the Havoc. The gold Havoc turbocharged up with the 2x. That has to feel good for Kashera. You know what feels bad? The amount of ammo, though. Only 36 left and then one on the back end is the Caustic. Stinky Nox gas grenade is already coming through.
I'm in danger. We're looking at that gold Havoc here. Look how many teams have made this rotation. Ascent here, Solaris, Scars now. See the crack coming in from Joke. Can you imagine now as Joke is trying to take a little off angle, but the dome being called in as Solaris are trying to take much more of a wider approach on this team. We know already how many teams have already made their way over by Landslide. Don't forget to click on that multi-view too. With so many teams making this rotation, you can only imagine how the comps are sounding for all of them.
Yeah, up to 4 points of views, multiple teams, multiple players. You have the option. You're in control of what you want to go and see here as you see Scars inside trying to be in control. You can see Ranch is in the kill feed picking up some kills. There goes the portal play. Is it a kidnap play, or is this just to block the door? You can see the Thermite is going down, and can they get the Gibby? Oh no! He played himself. He played himself, Vicky.
Oh, you thought, and it just went all wrong. Solaris down a member. Now Scars are going to find an opportunity to dive right in. That failed kidnap attempt, costing that team Solaris the game here maybe. Taishin gets taken down right behind though, thinking that that's the third party that could be making their rotation in. See the drone now making its rounds on top of Scar's head to be careful and clean up this KP here so that way they're not denied.
Smart move from RPR because you want to get rid of that information there. He's continuing to call out while they're down. Hey, they're getting the res right here. They're getting the res. Make sure that you go back through that portal. But no, that's not the case. They don't have any more information now, and Scars gets back to their safe haven inside of this blue trailer. What a scary situation there for Scars. But they come out on top with some big kills. This is more or less the compositions that we were expecting to see, right? You have Ash, you have double rotation coming in from Scars. But I'm curious to see what's going on the rest of the map because they're going to be sitting pretty over here. This could be one of those sniper post endings between where they're at and Landslide.
Yeah, very, very true. We've seen a lot of those end circles land there. I like where Outplayed's positioned right here, too. With this caustic composition that they're running and the crypto drone still dancing around them. So many cryptos in this lobby. It's a scent here. Kashira is going to be able to see where that team is really sitting in. They also, if they get that EMP unlocked, as you can already see, is almost at 90%. That's going to delete all those caustic barrels. Yeah, they have the mobile respawn beacon, but they're still getting tagged off to the side.
A lot of players are going down for Outplayed. This is going to be a difficult situation as you see Taishin with the sniper shots coming from all the way across the map. That is some impressive stuff, but that crypto drone is giving so much information away. That is so horrible for Andy Jax. That is not what you want to see if you are on Outplayed. That's graceful from downtown with the grenade. So much information for Kashira coming through. Just imagine if the drone did damage and you could just bounce it off someone's head for like 5 damage over and over again. That'd be a little OP.
This is so creepy. There's another crypto drone dancing on top of that team. That's so unlucky because you're playing the caustic. You think that you're just being camouflaged by your Nox gas, but it's not actually the case because that drone is on top of them. Luckily for them, with this mobile respawn beacon, though, they're going to be able to get this res, but with that drone on top of Andy Jax, they know that the res is coming.
The value of caustic. You can use that Nox gas grenade to get a lot of cover. Multiple barrels are going to be putting down. This is not going to be a good spot, right? You can imagine, hey, if we died up here, do you think we could really stay up here that much longer? A sliver of HP, that could be huge for the respawn coming down on top. If he could just live for the rest of his teammates to get on the map, they're going to be in an A-OK spot. You can see Andy Jax now is going to go down, but the reses should be happening inside of that smoke. Wow, wild things happening over towards the landslide area of the map.
Yeah, that respawn did come through because we could see that that team is still up and alive. Now Phoenix Legacy on the train tracks this time around. As Outplayed get another chance at life. But for how long? As Shex, he's back for here, but he's got 2 teammates to rest. The drone is still on top of them because it keeps making its rounds. Outplayed did not get any progress on that top platform. That's a highlight to show what early rotations could cost for you, especially with a lot of these teams holding the choke points that lead into landslide.
What do you even call out right there? Like, hold your shield up, hold your shield up. I would just be yelling, we're screwed, we're done for. Maybe just, you know, leave lobby, because that has to be one of the most frustrating things. It felt like the entire lobby from all regions, not just EMEA, was looking over there on top of where they were at. The landslide high ground, yes, that is a powerful position, but that's something that you want to hold a little bit later on in the game. You can see a lot of real estate already being gobbled up over here. Kashira living inside the drone, looking like Bardolph on the beach.
Now Navi here over by the side. Rugby taking some damage, is going to be able to pop the shield back, but be out of the fight temporarily. Having to move back in, though, with both their teammates getting burned. They need to move in for the fight here. They're still fully up and healthy, too. So much fighting happening on polar opposite sides of the map. Landside is so just congested as Navi still are trying to find this fight. They don't want to overextend after losing one of their teammates, though. Just trying to give some space. If Rugby could actually reset, that'd be great news here.
I love the PK shots, the jiggle peek coming in from Rugby. Now he's going to full send inside of the building. You can see the player outlines. He's trying to get the sound cues that are going on. While that's happening, where is Ron coming around the corner? Rugby's eating a lot of damage. Seems like he's fighting both the players at once. There's Ron, but that is just too much coming in from behind. Plus the third party is Morningstar, as you see what they're up to. Nice fight from ATK. I think that a lot of damage was coming down. on top of them from the third party, though. So that is an unlucky situation, as we've already seen so many fights with just a couple minutes into this game.
It was unfortunate, too, because you saw that Na'Vi was pinging Morning Stars. They knew the third party was inevitable. We see a lot of third parties come in around staging because it's the entry point for a lot of these rotations, especially for those southern squads that have to rotate away from Harvester, away from Thermal Station. So Attack Esports now, with Morning Stars up in front, they're just going to be able to restabilize and not get contested after that third party.
Is Kashera even on the map? Or is his crypto? Where is his crypto? Where is he hiding? How good is this guy at hiding? Because he must be in the safest spot right now, just getting his behind covered by the rest of his teammates. They are inside of that blue trailer, so that's where you can see they're going to be pushing up a little bit more further as we have a clip with Kashera. Let's go check out what that is.
If we're talking Stormpoint, the legend that I feel it's gonna shine the most, it's definitely Gibby and Valks. We've seen an addition of Ash to the comp play. A lot of people, at least in EU, trying Bangalore, so that's new. Gibby and Valk is always something that in both maps are just key value to any team. In my opinion, I don't feel we're gonna see a lot of Mad Maggie. Maybe in other regions. I don't feel like in EU there's gonna be Mad Maggie. She doesn't really replace what the meta is, what teams needed, even though like in ranked I feel like she's really fun. Other than that, in competitive, I don't think that she can replace the meta legends at this point.
Kashera could be eating his words here very soon, because that is the first Mad Maggie that we've seen in any of the regions here. And it just so happens to be right when he's talking about it inside of a building. There's so much energy ammo in here. You want to stay in there once you have that turbocharged Havoc, but no. Post-kill, now the last one alive. Doesn't have the bubble for another 3 seconds. Gonna maybe try to portal hop back and forth. If that bubble can come up, that is gonna be phenomenal for the Ascent team. There it is, the quick res is gonna hit. Wow, what a scary moment for them. It looks like they're gonna be safe for now, but for how long?
Oh my goodness, the Mad Maggie is out here in the Pro League. Team Empire, though, did you see that tactical through the truck? I mean, Ascend had a great idea there, but unfortunately, we're not able to really execute it after that portal and after that pressure. And what timing with that clip, too. I mean, that really does highlight how the compositions in EMEA really have shifted away from Stormpoint, away from what we were expecting at the start of the Split 2 Pro League. And I love it. I also love where GMT is situated in. They have not left that tunnel this entire time. They're going to be holding on to that choke point to deny any further rotations from any of the teams that want to try to wrap around Landslide, and Team Empire could be caught in a hard place here if they're not careful with a lot of these teams making their rotation to get pinched. Reply Totem, though, they're down a teammate, and now with the space breach, Amaz is looking to get out of there.
Yeah, Ascend is out. Reply Totem's on the ropes right now. It was Scars who continues to pick up kills from across the sniper post area. Tashin has been putting in some serious work with the Sentinel. Now Phoenix Legacy with the charge rifle. Hey, they got the 2-4, Vicky. I know you're stoked about that. They had to pick that one up on over towards the crafting area, but there goes the purple armor. And he's also 34 away from charging that one up if they want to continue to have armor swaps. So this is a very common rotation coming through over towards this high ground. Problem is where are the rest of the squads? There, you could push that off with a nice 90 over towards the side. You're going to have to rotate over towards the rocks directly in front of them, but you have to continue to play big. You don't want to get sent on over towards the side. You want to continue to filter and pepper these players so they feel a little bit uncomfortable and they use their resources.
Yeah, and I like the spot that Phoenix Legacy is going to hold here, because even though they're playing by the edge right here, it's not as detrimental as it is with Stormpoint a lot of times. So Phoenix Legacy now adjusting well to World's Edge. They're going to be able to portal into this squad, at least closing the gap with this portal that Lithin's going to be able to put in. They have the natural rock formation, but they don't want to find themselves in the line of sight of a lot of these teams that are already in Landslide. But with this redeploy from the squad, they're already going to get out of Phoenix Legacy sights.
Looks like the very similar circle that we saw when this POI was trained, which there was a big building over towards the side, if you remember, where GMT kind of is locked down coming outside of the train tracks. Solo Q Goats now are going to take that high ground where OP was, and we know how that worked. We'll see if they end up getting focused nearly as bad, but Shiv will have the smokes here. They're not going to have a caustic to be popping down that gas, but in terms of the God spot, in terms of positioning, Vicky, GMT in a great spot right now.
Yeah, talking about the cryptos that we saw all around this spot alone, that Solo Q Goats now is just going to be taking over this high ground platform. We've seen like 3 other cryptos in this lobby right now. We know how scary that could be as these redeploys are coming in. Not going to contest them for the high ground as that player's already cracked. It looks like they get taken down. DivQ following up with that Spitfire in his hand. Solo Q Goats continue on this onslaught of pressure, and they need to, because they've been silent all day today in this lobby.
W vibes, but without double Kraber and without a Loba sitting up on the high ground. They're going to be laying down serious shots. Nasky now getting back into that kill feed on to Roe, which means Roe was rezzed. Wasn't he taken out in the beginning of this game from the players squad? Now they're back on the rotation from the fragment area, and GMT's saying, nope, there's no way we're letting a team come from our backhand side. Serdell with the shots, with the movement, trying to play bait and switch inside of this bubble, and that's how you bubble fight for GMT.
Oh, how dare you pop that shield bat right before my eyes. Serdell gets that knock, but here comes another player actually moving right in. Phoenix coming in, GMT Esports now down 2. They did not see that player coming off to their left.
They're trying to hit the armor swap on the player that's down on the ground. It's not going to happen. There it is. GMT with the squad wipe. 7 kills right now for Max Strafe.
They've been holding on to this spot this entire game, and we were highlighting it before, looking at that choke point, leaving Frag West into landslide. Holding that tunnel is so important. Team Empire, this was the team that we were also talking about before, running the Mad Maggie character that we have not seen within the Pro League. Hardeki hiding behind a rock. Attack Esports holding the other angle of this tunnel. 2 of these teams need to start making the rotation into that tunnel, but they're going to be gate kept by Team Empire.
When you look at the kill feed, Scars is lighting it up. GMT, they're lighting it up as well. Those are 2 teams that won't have to fight each other for a little bit later on too, because they're on opposite sides. We know the rotation was coming from the sniper post on the north. We know that they're on the east side for the GMT squad, and they have successfully cleared out their back. Now it's about the southern side of the zone. We'll find out if ATK can get out of here and dealing with the rats around.
Team Empire is still going to hold on to this choke point. See players over by the other side. Another team off to the right. Ranch is going to be able to take some shots, but the beauty of the redeploy, they get out of jail card as Attack Esports are going to be able to get right over this landmass and get right into landslide, but we already know how many teams are already waiting for them here.
Smart. They're going to go directly inside of the train tunnel where they were going to be gate capped. Instead, they are going to be the ones doing the gatekeeping. It was Hardeki and Leogri as a duo trying to stay alive on over towards the side. That doesn't seem like that is going to be the case right now, as the shots are connecting onto ATK. That's Ranches getting the banner to boot, and now it's just a straight up 2v2 inside of here. And this is a big fight if you can win it.
Attack Esports actually went in for a redeploy to try to pinch Team Empire, but Team Empire still manages to get a knock. Now you see Cleve popping off on the Mad Maggie, looking for a shield swap. Does so successfully, lands at 83, but fails to land that second shot. Soul detrimental here, the wingman shots with the third party. Not quick enough to finish off that fight, but Phoenix Legacy is here to clean up on aisle 3.
What a great third party. Unfortunately, it looks like the fight that you win doesn't really matter in that type of position. Leogri was able to rat it out, but he's been spotted. Doesn't even want to hit a cell because he understands the situation. Maybe he can win this 2v3 or 1v2, excuse me, if he hits shots like that. But no, Phoenix Legacy is not having any of that. Turbocharged up Havoc, we've seen that before in the hands of Kashera. He got eliminated a little bit early. Now we're on board with the Kings. Graceful switching off that crypto, going on over to Caustic as anticipated. Trying to survive down here with very little ammo, very little resources.
And very little cover, too. They're playing off of a little corner there, as Scars is going to have them in their line of sight shortly. See the mobile respawn beacons out on the field for that makeshift cover. And what Solo Cute Goats is dealing with was exactly what we had seen earlier on. Just trying to live for as long as possible. With that dome, it doesn't even matter. You won't be able to safely get that res here, or at least without getting pressured. The Volt and Spitfire both in the hands of Div Q, but we can see how lethal those EMPs are, especially to get rid of those domes.
Most likely an EMP coming in from Nasky. They're trying to force this team down because they know this is the team that's going to stop them from rotating in. So with that mobile respawn beacon, you are getting so much value and so much cover over there. Meanwhile, we know RPR, Tashin, and Mandy have been doing a phenomenal job making the rotation over from the northern side of the zone. They're going to have to deal with Phoenix Legacy on the ground, possibly looking over there. You can see pings. They're aware of the current situation. Love the timing from Phoenix Legacy's third party, though, as the bubble is going to go down back on top for Solo Q Goats. Definitely the strongest game we've seen from them so far. Now they take to the sky, but Diff takes a ton of damage.
Nobody is safe when you leave that top platform or whether you want to land on it. Look how much damage Diff is taking right now. They can't take to the tunnels. We saw GMT holding it down the whole game. We've seen how Scars has been doing. Can the Spitfire and Volt really help out Div Q here if he can pop that shield bat, as now GMT Esports are going to start making their moves with this portal?
They're going to play the outside of this area. I love that call. They couldn't go all the way inside because you could see the player outlines. Looked like potentially a team was in there, but that is a free rotation. Maybe the portal wasn't necessary, but you'd rather be safe than sorry, as Max Strafe going to continue to pick up more damage with the missile swarm onto Diff. Zippeth is going to be down as well. Reply Totem with just a duo. They've been locking this down for quite some time. Vicky, we'll see where the zone's going to pull. It's directly towards the center.
Ooh, not a duo, but as a solo. And on the solo queue, Goat Shiv just being the last one alive, having to dance around these Arc Stars, trying to take some of that makeshift cover, but he is pinched between Scars right behind him. He can't even recover these banners, despite these mobile respawn beacons being out on the field.
Yeah, nice job from Shiv trying to dip and dive and dodge out of there, but he is being focused big time. GMT and Scars, to me, have played this phenomenally. Yes, Totem doing a great job inside. All of these teams just to get to this point have been phenomenal, but look at the difference in points right now for GMT compared to Scars. They are thumbing. They're about 20 points ahead. This could be a big game for GMT if they can close it out. I love how they made their way over from the opposite side of the train area. Seems like they had this zone on lock.
Absolutely insane. Phoenix Legacy, solo queue Goats as a solo. You have GMT, you have Scars popping off, Reply Totem also having to play this as a duo. Just off to the side here. Scars are all up and healthy. They're right behind this Replicator. Yeah, they had those package weapons, but they also have the Replicator in case they need more ammo for that massive, looking at Monday.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. You almost want to craft a second weapon if you're able to in that type of situation, but there's no time with the zone moving and the pressure is coming through. Speaking of ammo, running low on that flat line right there. Maybe just want to use the missile swarms. There goes the EMP. Looks like they're trying to take this fight down to Reply Totem as Taishin from Scars is going in on this one. Amaz, the last one alive. That's the cleanup. There's the weapons that they needed. There's the extra ammo and the shots from Serdal. Holy Mastiff.
GMT have been popping off. Can they match up with Scars now as they move in? They already used up that dome, or rather, they're pushing through that dome. Scars, though, have the high ground here. See RPR putting on that pressure with the wingman. He gets the crack, but he loses Taishin, and he gets shot across the field. He doesn't really have that much cover, and Scars on the other side of the field managed to take it home.
Two teams on the opposite side of the map that came through and played the zone perfectly. It was Scars versus GMT, and Scars is going to take it. They say, no, players, you can't win 3 in a row. We're taking this one on World's Edge.
I love that positioning that we had seen from Monday over to the other side, though, where they were able to split a lot of that focus fire. So even if RPR and Taishin get taken out, you still have to look to your left that was right behind you there. That Scars was essentially able to sandwich you in that situation.
And the big win to go down and make sure that you get a secondary weapon right there for Mandy, because he only had the Mastiff. That's not the situation that you want right there. Having that wingman's going to be big, but look at the amount of points that were accumulated from your top 2 teams.
14 kills for Scars, GMT. We were highlighting these two teams for a reason. 13 kills. They held that choke point, leaving Frag East for so long, or rather Frag West for so long. That train part is so detrimental for a lot of these teams that want to make those rotations, but we see how that redeploy comes in clutch. Phoenix Legacy, another team with their positioning, they were able to continue on the pressure on the tunnel right below Landslide. We saw Reply Totem having to play that out as a duo for quite some time, and then Solo Q Goats, they finally came around. They didn't get the victory here, but they finished things off in top 5.
Rarely do you see Solo Q Goats get more placement points than they do kills. That's just not how they play the game. They were stuck on top of that Landslide area, doing whatever they could, but the positioning from GMT, the focus fire from GMT, the EMPs landing from Nasky, you love to see that type of crypto play.
Absolutely, especially with so many cryptos that we've been seeing within our lobby. On the other page, though, Na'Vi not having the success that we were expecting them to have today. Horizon, the team that won game number 1, also sitting with just 1 point after that World's Edge game. It makes you wonder, with this transition from Stormpoint into World's Edge, are we going to be seeing that consistency from our teams that did take the dub on Stormpoint?
I think it's so important to reiterate how you have to lock down both maps, right? You have to be really strong at Stormpoint, really strong at World's Edge, because it is 50-50 in terms of how often you're going to be playing those. And I think that it's starting to show right now. And I think that you're also seeing the composition changes and the comfortableness of certain players. GMT, they've been locking things down with crypto for a very long time. They understand the zones. It's all about zone knowledge, right? Everyone understands how to play and maneuver around the map in Stormpoint. It's all about just getting that knowledge and that experience under your belt so you can set up in those spots.
As we see how our champion squad Scars have done in that game. Taishin, though, can we talk about the consistency that Taishin has with this onslaught of damage? 2,000 and over 400 damage there. Monday as well, over 1,500 damage, 4 kills. RPR to follow that up. A lot of these players here on Scars just putting on so much pressure.
Taishin was basically hitting him with the Sentinel from Stormpoint. That's how far he was, it seemed like, when he was landing those shots. It was definitely 200, 300, maybe 400 meters away, getting kills from the back of the sniper post, almost coming out of the 3-pill choke where the vault is, and then he's going to be able to kill people inside of Landslide. That is big kill points for Scars.
Yes, I'm wondering how that's going to affect the overall leaderboards too for our EMEA region here. We still have 2 more games left on World's Edge, and we could already see the difference moving away from Stormpoint.
Oh, no doubt about it. And that was in a very aggressive game. It started off with, I believe, Hardeki coming in around Rowe, picking off that kill. Rowe gets back into the game, and then GMT could have potentially threw that over towards the backhand side with that 3v3 that I thought that they had extremely under control. I mean, Serdell and Strafe were landing serious damage, but now we have a tie for first place, GMT and players.
And that's all because GMT, not only did they get second, but they had secured 13 KP. And players, this is a team that won 2 games back-to-back, so they secured those 12 extra points for getting first for game number 2, game number 3, and they were also able to secure so much KP themselves on Stormpoint. So it's really impressive to see how that performance from GMT Esports really allowed them to take that first place spot to tie up with players who had that gap initially.
And as a competitor, you always have to be stoked that you hit that 50-point mark at game number 4. That is a great sign for teams like GMT and players as we get ready for the playoffs. That's what it's about. It's getting top 10 in your region as we take a look at the second page, but you want to get top 10, you want to make it to Sweden. Then what do you need to do? You need to get to 50 points and win a game. That's that match point format that we all know and love. Well, if you're a player, maybe if you are not winning that, you may not like it too much, but getting to 50 points, that is key this early.
Yeah, and to highlight here on the second page, unorthodox teams hanging out on the bottom end of the leaderboard. Solo Q Goats at least going up 1 spot. I want to highlight Phoenix Legacy jumping up 6 places though. With that performance in the last game, they held on to that tunnel for quite some time, and they are able to secure a lot of that KP as well as those placement points.
KP is the key word, right? The teams that have been winning, they've been picking up the placement points. They've been getting the kill points as well. Again, surprising to see our #1 team in this region, Solo Q Ghosts, our winners from yesterday, on that second page, sitting not only on the second half of the page, but pretty low, almost in last place. So I'm hoping, again, that they can bounce back. It seems like, again, everybody has World's Edge on lock. It was a very aggressive play. There was a lot of teams being taken out, and it was a brutal zone.
I'm wondering how the other side of our groups are doing, because that's groups B versus D that are happening right now on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. But Vex Gaming coming out of left field, jumping up 6 places, and they are 1 point above Rascals. But let's talk about how close this overall leaderboard is, all the way from first all the way down to 9th.
I feel like a broken record each day. I'm like, it can't get any closer. Vicky, it can get closer. I mean, as close as 0-0-0 when they first started today. That is an amazing group to continue to watch, and that is happening on the B stream. Wow. Take a look at the second page. Even going all the way to 13th place, Vicky, this is anybody's game.
This is actually insane. I mean, 13th looking all the way down to 17th, honestly, here. One really good game for any of these teams could skyrocket them in the top 5, honestly. That's actually so interesting to watch how close EMEA is in terms of scale. That is groups B versus D. Again, if you guys want to check that stream out, that is twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. And it's really also interesting to see how, as we shift away from Stormpoint on that group and look about how they've been going about World's Edge now, it's still so close in the overall leaderboards.
That is a rare occurrence, having a leaderboard that close. But hey, we're going to have 2 more games on Worlds, on the opposite side of this break. It's going to be Rain Day, and it's going to be Bardoff.
I always love to bring it up because I see it, and it just is amazing how technology has traversed here into the content arena. Whether you're watching here live, check out the QR codes during the breaks. It takes you right to our YouTube channel. You get a chance to see the ALGS full VODs, so you never miss a minute. Also, cut up content, whether it's original programming like Fallout, playing with a couple of pros, or it's the stuff that I think is even more exciting. Just get to the good stuff. All the final circles in the ALGS, James. I mean, that's what everyone's really here to watch anyways.
We really saw some nice final circles yesterday, especially on World's Edge as well. Just people playing all around the edge of the ring, all forced forward into the open, into the sunlight. And the same might happen today. It might happen right now in game number 5. We shall see. Will it be in the grass? Will it be in the snow? Won't have too long to find out. Could even be in the lava. Hopefully not, though, at least for the teams on the server. We'll see if GMT can continue to light people up as they have been doing. They see everybody as a Christmas tree, and we're in the first quarter of the year, so we'll see if that continues. But Scars, another team who've actually somehow just like, after some disappointing early games, they find themselves in a top 5, if I'm not mistaken, looking real good at the moment. But what do they have left in them in these final 2 games?
Really great question, James. I think they're the ones who are going to have to answer it for us, too, because it's been hard to predict this team and their performances. Incredible win. Can they back that up? Usually a team that starts slow but can have a little bit of momentum. One win gets the wind beneath their sails, and so they start cruising at a real nice pace. I think Scars have the opportunity to do that today. Clearly a team also more comfortable on World's Edge at this point.
Yesterday we saw an Octane pad. Today we see Maggie queues, and we have confirmation that Empire are playing Maggie for this game as well. And I think when Fuse came through, one question was like, what is the best use of his Q griefing? And when you've got a small vehicle or a little corner with which to hide in, just minimal cover, that could really cause you some problems. And I think Maggie may be used in the same way. So we'll see if they're able to cause more grief today. And as we can see, the ring is going to be heading almost towards Overlook in that direction, but Scars will have to move a little bit west. A very eastern ring, though, and GMT will certainly be happy.
Absolutely. GMT, they've been happy over the last couple of circles, even from Storm Point as well. GMT with Dell, the way they're playing, bringing in the Wraith, the seamless transition, the in-game fights, it really came down to them playing spoiler for a lot of what we saw with the attempt at solo queue ghosts to get back into the action, win a game. It was GMT and, well, maybe the rest of the lobby for a certain point in time, but GMT at the very end that stopped their ascent and then, of course, fall into a first, second, or third place position. Solo queue goats, though, as we follow along with them near trials, they are in pretty much probably 14th place, something like that. 7 points to their name. Either way, it's just not what we expected from them after winning yesterday. And being the top place team in Europe, there is a chance, of course, 2 games to do it, and I've seen something stranger, especially with a team like this, but to get first place here, that's a big, big gap to try to build points against. So it will take a lot, but hey, come on, Shiv and these guys, they've done the unthinkable before.
Yeah, they are ready to make these aggro plays as we've seen them do this week, just wiping team after team. Speaking of which, it has been GMT who have been lighting up the kill feed, as we mentioned earlier on. But the question for me is, since the ring is on them, does that mean they're likely to camp and they're going to get less kills? And if they had to rotate through the map, do they have to take a different approach if they are to post up in a building? They may have to expect a lot of teams Valculting in their direction, and that might be the focus. But there could end up being a low-fragging game for them, at least for the first 2/3. Until we get to those final rings, because they have to essentially hold their position. We'll have to see. There, of course, could be some rotations once those smaller rings come through and they get that beacon information. So a lot of different ways that could go, but it will be a shame for them to slow down with how engaging their play has been so far.
That has been the difference with them in the first couple of games, where we saw them essentially take the entire lobby without a win the other day. And then turning around in Game 6 to seal the deal. But it is clearly possible with their playstyle to not have to get that final moment in their favor and just to get a few kills on the way. 7, 10, 7, 14. These kind of games that aren't necessarily the showstoppers like the 27s or the 30 bombs we sometimes see players drop, but certainly are the most consistent. And being involved in these final circles is what gives them a chance. A great on-the-run fighting team, very mobile, very hard to deal with. Team Empire, also a team that we have seen have a lot of action throughout the day, and I love the way that they've been playing. Not always getting their way, but they are having the luxury of fighting a team and actually downing one member of a team, such as Leogri, Artigo, and Hardeki of players. So a big battle here heading near the train tracks.
How does one settle on Wraith, Caustic, Maggie as the combo? Well,
oh my!
Right?
First Maggie? Is this the first Maggie, James?
Yeah, we saw the Maggie Q spam in the previous game from Empire as well, just griefing people who are trying to hold inside vehicles. They could only hold half the wall, which exposed them to broken doors and really caused them problems. And maybe the same thing will happen again. And that will be an unfamiliar sound of Maggie's ability there going off, a warning sign that there is one in the vicinity. So people will have to bear that in mind. I would imagine it's going to be less effective in these larger buildings, but if people are forced outside later on, then that will be a very different affair indeed.
Well, Maggie, I mean, such a great character to talk about. We can spend a little bit of time introducing her to the competitive scene as well, since this is the first day we've seen her played. Maggie brings a lot to high-level play. In fact, when she first was released, James, I had high hopes that she would be a part of this meta. It was a couple of weeks before we started playing, but I think Maggie plus Stormpoint just was a lot for all these pros to do at once. And so I think they prioritized on some of the older legends that offered more mobility, offered more distinctive features on the bigger map versus Maggie. And I do agree that Maggie probably loses a lot of her edge on Stormpoint due to the fact that she is such a good sieging character. But the real focus is the riot drill, man, and the fact that that not only goes through doors, that goes through any surface, up or down, even the Gibraltar dome shield, which is where I thought it would have the biggest play. You know, these final zones, you dome down, you think you have a little bit of respite, boom. Maggie's riot drill doing tons of damage to your team, opening up an opportunity for a wrecking ball and a nice push.
Yeah, when you've got no shields or you're trying to res a player, a well-positioned drill, and we could see some very spectacular highlights, and we look forward to the potential of that. Solo Q Goats have got some point-blank fights to deal with, and so far so good. Again, they are never shy for a fight, and it might have to be a retreat from what remains of that team, as I think they've lost 2 of their players, but it could be a potential third party here. I'm not sure where the aggression is coming from. I think it might be the remainder of that team, the dregs, the laggers here, and indeed it is the last of Materium, and they go. No water in that aquarium. Adios amigos. 17 squads remaining, and some nice loot, some nice confidence for Solo Q Ghost. I can only imagine the levels at which Shiv is shouting right now.
Yeah, Zippeth 2 on the gold backpack, so he gets up diff in a really, really nice way. That is going to be about 100 health, 125 health or so. You're going to grab 75 of your actual health and I believe 50 of your shield. Close to those numbers, it's really going to make a difference in popping back up in a fight, getting that clutch res, and having someone who can immediately contribute without healing, which can make all of the difference. But yeah, Solo Q Goats, I mean, not a team I'd want to run into between top 15 and top 20 because they're not afraid to fight. They're really effective at fighting. They do like to all in, and they're hard to take down completely. Part of it is that Shiv on the Bangalore, James. It's just really hard to track down. Hard to, you know, if he needs to get out of dodge when the rest of his team goes down, they're so good at buying time for him. So it's really hard to get a full team knock on them, which is one of the other reasons that makes them difficult to fight. Talk about difficult to fight, though. We've got scars above, enemies lurking below. Taishin likes what he sees. Let's listen in, see if he likes what he hears.
Jump on him now!
1 HP, 1 HP. Nice.
Bubbling on him. Nice.
One guy here, on the stairs in front of me.
Play it safe, guys.
Here. Yeah, play it safe. Walk with me. He went to the circle thing.
I'm with RPI.
Blue bag here. He's 100% here. I'm stringing.
Make sure I'm full.
Come with me.
I'm with you. Walk together, all of us.
Go? He could be below. Come here.
I'm going down first.
Below.
77. Knocked. Dead.
100 on him. Valkyrie.
He's flying out, I think.
Oh, on me. Nice, boys. Okay, back to our spot. There's PK engine on him. Holy shit, I have so much juice. Thank you. Med kidding.
Promise range.
Back to our spot, boys. Back to our spot.
Good knock there, Tashin. Well played, well played.
That Ash ult is so fucking good, man.
There's the wingman. I need to stop for this quick.
Turbo here.
I'm crafting another medkit I want to get up. Good fight, good fight.
Audio. Trying to see if anyone took our shit. Think we're good. That's what we have to do when we're alone in Overlook and we know. We just fucking take fucking advantage of it and fucking shit on it.
Just get some good angle there, Tashin, on the knock, dude. It's so good.
Tashin on your Sentinel is fucking ridiculous.
I'm telling you, motherfuckers. Keep ping me Sentinel.
Bro, and I fucking Ash ulted right on top of them. They can't do anything.
You gotta hype up the boys after a victory like that in a team fight. I told you, though, there was some confidence screaming through the rafters at Scars, and you can tell why.
Phoenix Legacy, the victims of that push. Not much legacy for game number 5, but maybe they can change their fortune in game number 6. They will have to take a seat on the sofa for the remainder of this one. You can see Solo Q Coates on the bridge. Lots of missiles whistling past Diff, but he doesn't seem too concerned. Of course, with the gold armor, he'll be a little more confident.
Why use the bat? Oh, well. I don't know. I'm more particular. I would thought, man, trade 2 shield cells for that instead of the bat. Bat's still the most efficient thing by far. It's 4 seconds for a full heal. It is 5 for 2 shield cells, 2.5 seconds per cell. Even though you've got the gold, you want to save those batteries for the moment where a second matters, you know, in a dome fight. Now, you know, it's the exact same scenario right here. This might be the time to bat. Hopefully Shiv and Xipith can do enough to just poke and apply pressure, show presence so that there's no attempt at aggressiveness onto them. But Diff taking a lot of damage all across the board.
Edges can certainly be found in the small and fine detail. They have a beacon near them, at least, Solo Q Goat, so if they haven't scanned it already, they can see where the ring is headed, and they've got some heights should it be required for some of the team at least, or one of the team in Diff. Little looting. Can replenish the grenades. You rarely find Shiv without a thermite in his pocket. He uses them very well with the Bangalore, but he doesn't have the range for that just yet. But with 16 squads left, that won't be too much of a concern. They've got some KP on the board. They have position. They've got a beacon as well. And they will have to get a move on, but of course they've got the Valk also. So they've got all the things they need, all the information, all the tools. The only question is when they make their play. Well, 2 questions. When and where? You leave it too late and you might have to land on another team again. They are never a team to shy away from a fight, but as we saw from players earlier on, position is key.
The circle showing us that we are going to be getting a lot closer to Fragment. In fact, it will be on the edge of Epicenter, in between Epicenter and Fragment, where this game starts to end on some of those buildings near Fragment East. So team's going to have to make their way, whether it's RPR and the rest of Scars closer end, or whether it's Shiv and the Solo Q Goats out of the ice into the capital. As Kashira on Ascend in the crypto drone. Recent buff in the latest patch. Not the latest that came out just this week, but the one prior. And obviously has brought a little bit of a thought process to what crypto can do into the competitive meta. It's not been adopted by everyone, but certainly by some teams, and Ascend have put great use to it. Kashira having some great moments, and of course so deadly in final fights where bubbles are plenty, just like this. Kangarna graceful finding a few kills. JMW having to get a shield battery off, and it's SMS that they're fighting. It's a 3v2 though still. Mask under pressure. He's got about 50 health to his name. He's going to in and out as a tether comes around as well, which could ward off Kangarna from pushing as there's a third party looking to get involved.
You can see Graceful liking their
Very
surroundings, trying to add some furniture with these barrels, but they've got problems as Badoli is down, which means no dome. Really no dome now as he is gone. He's turned into a box, and that's going to be a real problem for them if they get pushed, and surely there may be some encouragement here. However, we can see how many teams are around this area and the open space in between. It's going to be hard to go for a push unless it's a team to the right of Kungana who try to make a play. I think everybody else is too far away and probably get 3-peat. We can see ATK have a building for the time being, but that zone is going to be starting to move now, and that's going to mean they're going to have to press on. They've got the banner at the very least. They've got the Valk if they want to go for a bigger rotation, but how could they possibly do it, especially without the dome? Maybe there's some KP for them as they try to hold this position. They don't have to edge too far forward to stay in the zone, but they do have to find a place to stabilize, and that might not be the case, especially as more fire comes their way, and we're lacking some armor now.
They've got a body block for him. Graceful is one hit away. Sanya, he can smell it, goes into the Bloodhound ultimate, and Sanya is not wanting to see anybody when he comes out. That'll be Kangarna. Graceful, JMW out, Kangarna, see you later. The Bloodhound, so good at tracking down where opponents are weakest. Na'Vi split up at the top of the hill. Reply Totem just underneath. Horizon involved in the action on the western side in your screen. Empire as well on the backside toward the buildings where things can play. GMT, the team that they're just shooting at on their right, who I feel have a great position here approaching the fight away from most of these squads, but not as Vincier on high ground. Usually nothing wrong with that. A lot of smoke there. Doesn't feel like it would be the solo queue goats. They would have had to make a far rotation from that, but they know they are fighting a Bangalore team. Could be just Kron's smoke, James, buying them some time.
Totem's position under the bridge is very interesting because they have teams in every direction, but they also have opportunity as teams need to rotate. If they can find angles at the right time, then maybe they get some KP out of this. But of course, we do have teams posted up in buildings near them as well, so they have to make very delicate decisions if they are to get something from this. Currently 1 KP on the board for them, so I would imagine they'll be opportunists, but we can see a heavy presence, a heat map around the buildings. And they're going to have to head that way eventually as well. As we can see, Na'Vi moving over the other side of the train tracks there. Another bridge for them, so maybe that opportunity is gone. But Totem will find some opportunity, as we can see here, forcing the dome at the very least, but they need some KP.
Oh, I think it hit. I think he got that tether off as they were falling. Beautiful plays from Amaz. And that just opens the door up for Reply Totem to maybe move closer in. We told you it was GMT there, but there's also ATK. Are they still working with 2? Certainly are now, after Kralix is down due to the Mastiff. Max Strafe on a purple alongside Dell. Nasky in a league of his own with the gold. Going to make that so much more effective. We saw Diff on that with solo queue goats, but that's the other side. It's a Valkyrie ultimate. Can they do anything with it? 30-30 repeater, not a bad weapon. Rather have a longbow though. Hits a little harder and a little faster. Without the charge up, the wingman will not catch anything as well. But ATK, where are you going? Fragment East, it is tight over there. Empire, players all against each other. Even Fort Gang, where exactly ATK decided to land. So we'll see if they can land. No, Kuya is going to go down to RPR. ATK almost out of this one.
Not much KP, I don't think, for GMT at present. Definitely looking to gatekeep in that spot. You can see them expecting the Valkyrie, trying to press forward and find an angle. Not quite, though, but have a look at this drop. This is going to be a brazen one from Solo Q Goats. They are exposed to quite a few angles. Shiv trying to create some space for the team. Diff now having some trouble. Empire coming in to cause some problems. GMT fishing for something as well. 2 domes up, and this ring will soon be starting to move, so we're going to see yet more problems.
Look at GMT just sitting there, watching, waiting, shooting, and getting KP like that. Not even involved. All the work solo cutes are doing, looking like a Mission Impossible movie, dropping from 30 stories down, only to find Diff falling just as simply as when he started out. GMT, though, on the top of the mountain, figuratively and literally here in the lobby, tied only with players who are still alive, too. And Hardeki, Leogri, you could tell that they've somehow fought away Empire, but do they have Artico? Has he fallen in the engagement? Don't quite see him there. Yes, there he is with the blue. So we still have our top teams in the lobby, ready to compete.
I don't know how many solo queue players are standing at the moment because Empire were downing them from range. I think GMT just adding some sparkle to it at the moment. Don't know how many kills they got from that indeed. It is Shiv alone now. And with 13 squad left, placement will be difficult. But as we can see, the respawn beacon is here. We've got ultimates as well as he tries to dodge. And there are players immediately next to him. How can he possibly stand there and get his teammates back into the game? That would be quite something if he could. But even if he was able to do that, I imagine it would be fodder. And it would be free KP for one of the many teams in this area. There are 11 teams to be exact. Some additional pressure for Shiv. But he has to move away from that respawn. And I don't see his teammates coming back into this unless he can pull off a miracle.
If you haven't seen this from Shiv before, then you haven't watched our playoffs earlier on or towards the later end of last year. This man almost did the unthinkable, stopping a victory in match point with this exact play from the Bangalore. And look at this. Oh my goodness. Did we just see players fall? There might just be one more alive, but 2 of them fell. just now. Oh my goodness, and Shiv, he takes down Hordeki. I told you this man does some unthinkable, crazy things when he's last alive, and he's just done it again, taking out the leaders in the lobby, opening it up for GMT, and opening another couple of placements for Solo Q Goats.
He's next to the beacon. He could use it as cover. There's a chance. Does he really go for the respawn? The door's closed. If he's going to do it now, but he's going for the KP instead. He's got grenades outside. He's got to be careful. He is dodging like he's in the Matrix. The respawn beacon is right there. The door is closed. No one's looking at him. I dare you. Oh no, it's too late. He couldn't get the banners. There is no respawn. I just noticed that. Never mind. It's just for show now. Some extra cover. And maybe that little cover will be crucial. Trying to create space for himself with the smoke. 9 teams remaining now as Scars are eliminated. They didn't go deep enough. Have a look at the kill feed. Everybody's getting massacred now. Outplayed. 8 squads left.
Oh my god, Shiv from 14 all the way down to 8. He took down the kill leader. He's got his Bangalore ultimate. It's a rolling thunder. How much thunder will this cause? We certainly see the lightning in front of it though. And there are sparks of flying. It's top 5. Is Shiv still alive? It's possible. I think he is. A sin though on Kashera. Red Shield trying anything, everything to get this man out of the lobby. He is a hero. He is a star. But will he climb just as high? Still 5 squads remaining. This is unprecedented. How does Shiv keep pulling this off? And with a red Evo to boot, he's only getting stronger, James, as the tension gets higher.
He's got no cells left though, but we have lost a lot of players. GMT are just chilling for the time being, at least 2 of the 3 players. Maybe there's a respawn in there somewhere for them, but Shiv needs some resources, and he's got 2 teams immediately above him. And where does he go? He's got to get his smokes up. He needs his cooldowns to be kind to him so he can try and make a move as that ring starts to go in. And these teams, if he's lucky, might focus on each other, but now he finds himself in no man's land trying to dodge. It was a valiant effort. 5th place is way more than you could have asked him for, so that's well done. But what is left for these remaining teams? Ascend trying to force the issue. Domes are up. They've got a team in front of them. They've got a team above them as well. And few angles, few rocks with which to hide behind. In the meantime, we've got crypto ults. We've got all kinds of problems. Lolly is down now. GMT trying to find some more KP. It's down to Nasty to try and deliver some more for his team.
Nasty, no, disgusting. He tries to pull it off, but he just can't do it. It's Forgang who goes down. It's Solaris and Larabadu who have a chance to maybe ascend to the top against Ascend. It's Viex, though, who has done so much work in this lobby. 4 kills to the name of Solaris. You gotta say, it's been a good run so far for them, but where can it end? There's only one place to go, and it's up. And we know who controls that. It is the people on top. It is those who have ascended. It is Team Ascend, who looking on 8 kills and 49 points might be trying to stake their claim in this lobby as the top team in EMEA with a victory here in game number 5.
I don't know what is in the water in these games, but there's going to be a lot of salt, that's for sure, because we're seeing some crazy final rings. I can't believe that many teams were coexisting. And I'm talking teams, but imagine if you're the only man standing for yours. Shiv somehow surviving, just existing for so long, really getting those placement points when his team were in a bad spot. Props to him, but there was so much carnage inside the building, on the other side, by the bridge. Action absolutely everywhere. Explosive games from start to finish.
You know, every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it also has antagonists, it has antagonists, the villains, it has protagonists as well. Somehow, Shiv finds a way to make himself the center of the story, to see the hero's journey, and make an impact in a way that no one thought they could. When you count him out, he comes around, and look at that. I mean, 4 placement points off of starting at, I think, at 14th when this started. He's certainly done the same thing as almost knocking out a team by himself. That's the impact, and I think he might have gotten a kill as well. It's Ascend, and man, were they barking. They saw Shiv down there, finished him off cleanly, took the high ground easily. Forgang and GMT almost kind of cannibalized each other there. And a big shout out to Solaris, who clearly are going to be some big movers here with a 13-point total win, coming into 2nd place. I think that was a strong game from them. So overall, everyone's stepping it up in Game 5 with 1 game to go.
Yeah, and we can see the top 6, the points are spread pretty reasonably, at least from 2nd to 6th place. There's a good share. Everybody's taking a piece of the pie there. And we saw how the other side of the groups were looking, where we had a big spread. But towards the bottom, we could see Game of Drones still not having a great time, not on this occasion at least. Solarium did managed to move up though, but we can see players in a rare 12th place finish. It's not normal that you see them in the second half of the leaderboard, but sometimes it be like that, and I can't wait to see what the overall leaderboard looks like.
It is going to be exciting, and we're really seeing just tremendous play all across the day. Big shout out to Ascend, though. I mean, a team that, to be honest, took a lot of flack I didn't agree with. I know a lot of people echo what they hear, and some teams not happy with the way match point went. How can you blame match point in a system when you have 7 or 8 chances to win in that system, 7 or 8 more than any other team? This was a squad that, you know, deserved the win. Maybe they didn't play the best across all of it, but when it came down to closing up and clutching up, which is what matters in competition, they did it. And they're showing that they are not a team to be forgotten. They're here to stay, and they need their due credit. And it is coming due today, and I'm sure that they're making, making a big deal out of it. That, hey, we are really the real deal. Anyone who doubted us, we're only going to use that as fuel for the fire.
Yeah, that's a result they need, and again, a confidence boost. And sometimes you need that. Sometimes it comes at the right time, and it just really gives you that boost you need moving into the final game number 6. But before we get there, we're going to have a second look at match number 4 and match number 5. As we have seen absolutely bonkers action from game to game. And let's not forget, we've had a Maggie in these last 2 games as well. We didn't see so much griefing in match 5. Maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't, but we definitely saw a lot of pressure in this specific position. The other side of that vehicle was getting spammed with Maggie Qs all day.
Maggie is a great legend. Really on the cusp. I mean, you see it here with Empire. I mean, using the Wrecking Ball, not very effective in terms of actually doing damage. It does maybe a tickle to the nose, but when it talks about displacement and movement and getting that first shot, for these players, it's actually very, very effective. Plus the speed boost, I think the most valuable thing about it. Just hoping, though, that it can maybe have more impact in the entirety of how it performs in team fights, and I think that will help it to become more of a staple pick in EMEA.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues, especially after the previous game, if they'll bring it into the last one, or if they have another trick up their sleeve. How deep do their sleeves go? We will find out. But again, we move into match number 5 now and have a second look at things. We saw the Kraber here at range, but that range was reduced as that ring got smaller and so many teams existing. Again, Shiv down to the wire now. Huge. Had some help with the zone there as Hardeki was eliminated to give some extra points. Shiv basically doubled the score of his team, if you think about it. The placement points and that kill. He really overperformed in a bad situation, but for the teams that had more players alive, there was more for them to do later on. But look at that kill feed, absolutely maxing out on the screen as there was action all over the shop.
Well, having full team up top, having a Kraber, it's going to be very hard to push a team like that. Ascend, though, do more than most, which is they don't mess up, and they take advantage of their success and their good opportunities, and that's what gets them the win. Yeah, Shiv maybe kind of star-studded for his singular performance, but it's not going to do much in terms of the overall leaderboard, so keep it in mind what Ascend are doing. 53 points on the day so far. They put themselves within striking distance of first. They've also put themselves within striking distance, only 3 points from second. But GMT, over the course of the last 3 games and the entire tournament, have really started to separate themselves and just being involved in those final moments, James, and earning points every single time.
Yeah, pulling away now, even a little from players who had a difficult game. That was a difficult final ring for a lot of people.
It was.
There just wasn't the space to coexist. Now we can see that 4 Gang are also in the top half, definitely a name, definitely a fan favorite for the guys watching on the streams. So we'll see what if they've got any more left in the tank for that final game. But moving over to the second half, it's a disappointing day so far for the likes of Kungana. Certainly for solo Q Goats, who only move up 1 place, but you can see how important those points are for them to even move that 1 place. Mutarian, we've seen some nice highlights from them, but not today as they find themselves in 14th place.
Well, you look at it like this. Let's say you put a 20-point game together. You get yourself 36 points at the end of this. You're in a top 10 situation easily, maybe creeping into that top 7. Remember, sitting at 5th place right now is ANC Outplayed at 35 points. They would have 36 points off of a game like that. And ANC Outplayed have not done well on World's Edge. They got most of those points on Storm Point. So, Solo Q Goats, still a team to root for if you're interested in rooting for them and Shiv. Obviously, the winners in EMEA, surprising to see them there. They've got a chance in Game 6 to turn it around. We have also other games playing right now as well. We're doing 2 groups at a time. We can only cover one on the broadcast, of course, with the talent that we've got here. And High Society, they're getting high on the leaderboards.
Yeah, how many times have you said their name this split?
Once.
Yeah, exactly. First place they find themselves in, but it's still close. The top 4, things could still interchange. But again, it's been so close on that side. It's been really interesting to see the scores that we've had over there. And if you've been watching them, I mean, again, the spread is fantastic. The potential for all these different teams to come out just brings the urgency into this final game. The hunger from so many teams is fantastic to see. Especially, you can see Magicians are hanging in there as well with 30 points, similar to Guild, and they've been a team where we've seen some interesting highlights from them disappearing, reappearing, but sometimes not, so that's good to see them in the top half.
And this is where multi-view gets really, really exciting. You get to watch a team during the momentum of a moment. You know, you see 15 points separating 1st through 8th, and you go, man, one good game. You know, we keep this up, we can win. We can actually go from 8th to winning. But here's first 3 kills. All right, let's stay together. And you start to see them build, and you see that momentum, and you see the energy pick up like, oh, my God, 6 kills now. We're in top 10. Could we actually do this if we win this game? That's the hype of Apex Legends Esports. That's the beauty of BRs. That's what we love to talk about. You can watch it yourself on Multiview and get all the angles. Plus, if you want to stay tuned with us, we'll keep you updated, whether it's here on stream or whether it's on our other socials, Play Apex Esports at Twitter, and you can find us on YouTube at Play Apex Esports, and, of course, Twitch, Play Apex. Best place to watch Apex. In fact, really your only place to watch Apex outside of our other stream, which we're covering, versus gaming_GG on Twitch. All right, guys, we're going to take a break here. We've got Game 6 coming up, James. It's all up to this last game. Can Solo Q Goats go from maybe 13th all the way into the top 10 and continue to increase their lead at the top of EMEA overall? Will it be a Sen's day to put an emphatic, yes, we are a team to beat in the EMEA region? And will GMT hold on to their top 2 spots as of now? Questions to be answered by Tom and Vicky right after the break.
It all comes down to this, the final game. It's going to be on World's Edge. Vicky and T-Squared bringing you the action. And wow, what a day of Apex so far. The EMEA region never disappointing, but we had so many different zones already, and a lot of these have been central, which I know as a competitor these teams are liking. But can we point out, Vicky, in that last zone, there was 10 squads remaining.
That was insane. So many left squads just were solos, duos, and just 10 squads remaining in a final circle like that. You already knew the chaos was inevitable, but we have our final game within the EMEA region today. We've had different winners, minus game 2 and 3 where players were really consistent, but let's see if that consistency can stay alive for that team now on this final game.
Gotta watch out for the team that's landing over towards the lava siphon area. Ro, is he going to get taken down early again? Is Hardeki going to be on top of him again? Like you said, players, they won game number 2 and 3. The first 3 games were all Bangalore compositions, but things have switched up a little bit as we've gone on over to World's Edge. We've seen a lot more cryptos, a lot more caustics, a lot more teams fighting their way into those final circles. I don't think I've ever seen a final circle with that much action, and what a job from Shiv, again, ratting that out, trying to pick up some extra points for the solo Q-Go. So you get to see why he was the solo Q-Go. He's almost like he's more comfortable playing by himself.
Yeah, right? Just dropping solo real quick on that final circle. I mean, it was just so chaotic to look at that, too. You talk about the compositions that we've been seeing on World's Edge. We saw a lot of Gibby-less compositions on Storm Point. Not so much here on World's Edge for the obvious reasons, just having a lot more of those open areas. But you also have the natural cover of a lot of these buildings for some of these final circles, as Ascend have been popping off. They're making their comeback. They've had a bit of a rough start to Split 2, but they're really starting to bridge that gap together.
That was a big win, and I like the way that they've been playing a handful of their World's Edge games. I think that it just needs a little bit more cleanup on the Storm Point area as we take a look at this zone. Going to continue to pull more central, maybe a little bit of landslide. Could be over towards the Harvester area too. This is going to be a little bit unpredictable, but our pro players have this one covered. This is why they get paid the big bucks.
Man, Landslide has been in the spotlight basically all day here. We had that first circle pull towards a little bit north of Landslide. Now this final circle is pulling a little bit south of Landslide. That train tracks are going to be contested very likely here, very early on. Seeing a lot of these teams already making their rotations. Empire moving away from Harvester. I'm wondering if there's a beacon there, if they already have that information, which is why Ranches is pulling all the way up.
You can see 4Gang making the rotation through there. Seems like they're not interested in going over towards the landslide area. GMT, they're making their way over there. They're rotating through the train tunnel, and they're going to do something similar. So they may have intel on this one going over towards the Harvester side, but there's 3 major POIs that this zone is going to be in. So it could bounce basically anywhere as we see what's going on with Ascend just continuing to loot. I also like post-kill being Mr. Nice Guy over there. He's going to say, I don't want the Digi-Threat. I'm going to toss this one on over to one of my teammates as we hop back in with a quick little update on what's going on with Kashera.
To win the ALGS, it feels like I can't even describe in a few words because it was such a complex amount of emotions. I just feel thankful that this happened. This was one thing that we were looking for so long, and finally happening. It felt unreal, and it still feels unreal. We just want to prove ourselves that we are the best. And we're gonna keep working hard. So this result wasn't a one-time thing. Like, this is definitely something that we want to repeat, and we want to repeat on the big stage. So look out for us. To my fans, all I want to say is thank you guys for supporting us, for cheering us up, and to walk alongside us in this ALGS Pro League. We really appreciate all the love and all the support, and it really means the world to us.
Prove yourself, you have Kashira out here winning game number 5, and they're looking to continue on this domination. Overall, they're sitting in 3rd place, and I absolutely love the way that Kashira's been playing this crypto. We've been seeing how much impact this composition has worked for Ascend, and they've been really playing comfortable around this landslide area.
Vicky just went full Yoda on me right there. As you see the multi-view, it's live at the top of your screen on Twitch. Click that command center, check out up to 4 points of views. Also, get the comms from the teams. Share with a big win for Ascend in game number 5. Again, rocking that crypto. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in this game as they ascend on that leaderboard. But here goes the choke that everyone loves to fight for over towards the side. Solaris is locking this thing down.
Yeah, I'll play it over by the other side, but Solaris are the ones that have the Evo Shield advantage. They're just backing off. They're going to go to the sniper tower. They know that this is not where the circle is going to be pulling. They actually have the information on where that next circle is going to be. So it's important here for Solaris to try to get ahead of the curve, to try to actually cut off a lot of these teams' rotations through Landslide, get there before them. They also have the redeploy just in case.
So many different options here that Solaris can run through, but with the double rotations, they should be good. And we saw the mistake of going over towards the high ground very early for teams in the past. They're not going to make that mistake this time, as you see the team setting up on over towards the staging side. Definitely know that Dorito building is going to be taken. You can see Na'Vi inside of that, and then the train track is going to be taken by Kungarna. So we'll see where this one goes, Vicky. I'm still kind of thrown, for a loop. I haven't seen this zone in quite some time, but again, our pro players, they have this one on lock, and we've seen zones bounce all over the place. And if that's the case, the teams that got the wrong POIs, they're either going to have to Valk Skyward dive out or fight their way out of there.
Yeah, we see that Kungarna's already made their way over here with Reply Totem holding onto the high ground. A lot of these teams rotating through staging are going to start feeling the heat soon. My eyes are also on the squad that's going to be rotating south from Thermal Station. That choke point could open and be an open invite actually to a lot of third parties. Ascend now in a fight here. They want to continue on their momentum. Yeah, that nade, being able to find 2 here, absolutely insane.
That was a nasty nade right there, just bouncing them off of the top rope. That was so impressive to go and see. Their bodies were just flying onto the ground. Ascent continuing to heat up after their win in game number 5, now locking this area down. They put themselves basically in the middle, Vicky. They could go either way. That's genius, right? If you don't know where the zone's going to pull, give yourself options. So if you control this and maybe you can get some beacon scans from Kashera, you're going to be in an A-OK spot.
Yeah, and you can see that they're playing with confidence. The way that they were able to clean up that fight so quick there is super important to be able to take up that real estate. Na'Vi, though, have been a little quiet here inside of this building. They also don't want to start rotating away too far. They have the replicator right in front of them in case they need any extra meds. You could also see Rugby with this charge rifle and the sniper scope. He could start poking in some pressure so that way he could build up his own Evo shield.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to get rid of this sniper ammo and then switch on over to a secondary weapon, which I really like the vibe for that. But you also see the armors being dropped inside of the building because there are cryptos in the lobby. So you don't want to lose that, have to use 2 cells for free. And then also you don't want to give damage on over to the Evo shield from the enemy crypto. So that's why you're seeing that being put into play. That also got a little bit of a change a couple of seasons ago where you could immediately drop the armor and it would work. Now you have about 2 seconds before you have to drop that one, which is why you're seeing the armor sitting on the ground a little bit more. But Solaris, they had early 50-50s happening. Now they're trying to recover from that here on World's Edge. They're going to be locking down again the train track area. But I love Ascent's positioning right now. I think that they're definitely in a prime spot, already picking up kill points, already having confidence, plus the dub in the previous game. Someone that's always playing confident, that's going to be Shiv and the Solo Q Goats.
Yeah, I can't really say the same about positioning regarding Solaris because they're about to get pinched with Solo Q Goats coming in on their 6. The Rolling Thunder now being put down. You know that there's another squad on the other side of that train car. So Solo Q Goats now putting themselves in a position where they could be the other half of the sandwich. Solo Q Goats now taking a high ground positioning, but look how Shiv is playing. They're so aggressive. I mean, I'm not surprised one bit, but he's getting pinged off to the side, potentially by Solaris.
It's one of those instances where Solo Q Goats want to rotate and fight. That's their style, but they're also the team that's on the outmost edge. So they're going to keep all that action directly in front of them. They're peppering the teams to try to force them into each other, and that's exactly what's happening. Now GM2 may be able to pick off Solaris from down low.
And with Solo Q Goats making the rotation away from staging, instead wrapping around, passing the southern side of Lava Fissure, they can put themselves in a position where they won't get contested, they won't get circle kept, but they will be risking themselves being in the line of sight of the likes of GMT Esports and that squad that is currently in the sights of Max Strafe.
Interestingly enough, the portal from Solaris goes into a spot where Solo Q Goats locked down yesterday, underneath that same bridge right there where we saw the crazy 3v1 that happened onto GMT from Unlucky. That was a ridiculous play, but now, like you said, Solo Q Goats having a little bit of the work cut out for him. Multiple squads in the area, but they are safe in zone number 2. Diff definitely wishing that he had some sort of mag for the wingman, but you're going to have to just work with what you have. As you can see, the player outlines and where everyone's going to be located at. The smoke's being shot on over towards GMT. Does that help them get into the drone? I guess so. Nasky's like, hey, you gave me some free cover? I'll fly around for a bit.
Don't worry, the skies have been congested all throughout EMEA region with a lot of these cryptos. Looks like Solo Q Goats actually don't want to take a longer rotation. They're considering it. You could see Zipith on the other side to also call out any potential third parties that could be wrapping around to the southern side of that circle. Players in a fight, though, they've lost out on a member. Artico now forced to actually wrap around. Hardeki's been finished off, and Leogri has no shield. They're forced to reset here and separate from one another.
What an odd spot to be in for players. Making the rotation on over towards the Harvester side again, one of the 3 POIs, the major POIs that are available in this zone, but you don't expect for them to just get caught off guard like that. Typically they're laying down a lot more damage. Maybe one player got a little bit too overextended and gets punished big time for that, and that's going to be 4Gang taking all of that loot from Hardeki, and Hardeki, our leader in split number 1 from kills, has been dominating in split number 2 as well. That's the player you want out of the lobby.
Oh, you get a shield. You get a shield. Everyone gets a shield out here. Just dropping all those meds that you need for some of these teams. Attack Esports has a Spitfire. It's also nice to note that 4Gang is managing to get that revenge on some players here. They already finished off Hardeki, but we saw something similar happen in game number 4 when Ro had fallen, and we saw that early 50-50 coming out from both these teams. 4Gang being another team rocking the crypto, but with Attack Esports making their appearance, 4Gang need to be careful. They don't want to get pinched between these two teams. I know players, they're down that one teammate, but they're looking to actually prioritize that res.
How do they just let them go up there and grab the banner? That's a little bit of a misplay in my opinion. Again, that's Hardeki's box, right? You are on top of, you have 3 players. You're going to let one smoke come through and them just run up there with the Rolling Thunder and grab that? I would have loved to see a little bit more pressure on that death box, but then again, it was really well played from the other side as Solo Q Ghost now sending it on to GMT. That's going to be Max Strafe, the first one to go down. And this is a huge fight considering where everybody is on the leaderboard. Can they hit the res? They don't have the Gibraltar, obviously. Nasky doesn't have the EMP. He does have the massive shots. They are getting some help from the outside from a potential third party. Needs to hit one more shot. Serdell coming around the corner. That 27's not going to cut it, but the 45 should. Gibby is just so powerful. How is he not down yet? There it is. GMT taking down Solo Q Ghosts. They're going to be eliminated in 17th place, but hello third party, hello fourth party. Here comes Phoenix Legacy.
Phoenix Legacy always having the right time to follow up with these third parties, but you can't get in. The crates, the death boxes are blocking their entrance. They were getting pinged off to the side. Liffin finally finds some cover here as Phoenix Legacy take over the real estate that GMT was sitting in.
Those death boxes are like me when I'm like walking through my house and my animals are just like going through all between my feet, and I'm just like, would you please, I'm just trying to, you know, make my way inside here and go through the door. Is Serdell now going to camp out here? 67 points from GMT. Let's see if he can pull a shiv here and maybe rat this thing out to get some extra placement points. But having the gold armor is going to be pretty strong. Having it be on your Wraith, someone that is aggressive and can get out of the situations, is going to be pretty nice too. But you'd probably rather have that be Nasky. He can go fly around in crypto, pick up those banners, hit the res with the drone too, as Solaris locking down under the bridge still.
Yeah, having to deal with that situation this early on, still 16 squads alive, it's going to be very difficult. And all that chaos, too, players were eliminated despite being able to get Hardeki's banner. So many third parties also rotating in the side of Harvester. And as we take a look at where the circle's pulling, we've seen this final circle before. We've seen the circle pull into the high ground of the hill that overlooks Harvester. And with so many of our teams still wrapped around staging, still exiting Landslide, you could expect that tunnel leaving Landslide to get congested real soon.
Again, a very unpredictable zone, so I love to see how this one has panned out and which teams picked the Harvester side and which one is going to lock down that snake area, because if you have a Caustic inside of the Harvester endings, you're definitely guaranteed a top 5 situation, maybe a dub if you execute it correctly, as Reply Totem has been locking down the high ground. Let's take a look at the replay and find out who was eliminated and how. It was players going down after they picked up the banner of Hardeki.
Oh man, this was insane here. This was the third party coming in. Leogri trying to pop that shield back. He manages to do it, but look at him. He's getting pinged on both sides. Such a tough situation for players. And Morningstars were the team that went up and swooped up those kills.
Oddly enough, it wasn't 4Gang, which was the team that took down Hardeki to begin with. Now we look at the Caustics inside. Team Empire trying to get some kills on the board. They already have 2 knocks, and they're looking for some more. This was very cleanly executed, as Maliwan's going to be tossing out those barrels non-stop, making sure no one's coming back to that portal, no one's coming through this door either way. But look at the portal in the air, just in case anyone was to take it. They'd be dropping like a fly.
Man, and those caustic barrels already set up inside of that building. Amazing situation for Team Empire, the team that has been running the Mad Maggie, the only team that we've really been able to see run the Mad Maggie. Cleve landing those shots, getting that crack. They can't fully send it. They don't want to give up this position. Looking at this team composition, they don't have the ability to have that Gibby dome, so they have to play it safely.
No doubt about it, as Ascends made their way on over towards the high ground. They have the big scan over towards the next zone too, which means this high ground is going to be good, but if you've ever seen this zone or played this zone before, it is highly contested. So that's why you see Kashera running around, just looking every single possible way. I love the positioning, but how long can they lock this thing down? The portal is going to go in. Is this a third-party potential portal, or is this a portal to reposition themselves?
Sun has been holding onto that tunnel positioning for the entire time, so they had clear view of where that circle was going to be pulling and were able to make their move very quickly here. Get to see this team on the bottom. Could be really scary to be here sometimes, but it's a lot safer than you may think. Ooh, second punta though. They're stuck. Team Empire now ranging above them. The double wingman shots coming in from Ranch as a Team Empire want to try to get these finishes.
This is the world's strongest gray knockdown shield, I swear. How is that guy not dead yet? That's what I'm thinking. And now they're getting a little bit taken down because of that. And the ball is going to come out for the movement speed boost. And what a tough situation when you're trying to clean up your kills. You just wanted to go through and get what was rightfully yours. Instead, someone else may get that res, or maybe someone else may steal those kills as Taishin. He's going to go down to a charge rifle.
Yeah, post kill is going to be able to get that res, and they got the gold backpack. Shout out to this lovely HUD that we have so that we can see what's all in our heroes' backpacks. Ascend going to be able to use this hill, though, to have the high ground to overlook a lot of these teams that want to make the rotation into this god spot. But post kill has been putting on that pressure. The wingman shots, getting that knockout to Cleave. Cleave, you tried it one time, you tried it twice, you get taken down, and now the bombardment is going to be raining down on the Empire.
Cleave really wanted those kills, and I really want to do a listen-in with Ascend. Let's hop into their comms and see what they're thinking.
Okay, only one ally. You take care of that post.
I'm watching behind, okay?
The guy is there. Hard chilling, bro. I can kill him.
Wait.
Post, careful.
I'm gonna kill this fucking guy. Kill him.
Wasn't that team Valk ulting, Valk flying on you, post?
No. Careful. Bubble.
Как chill out.
It's fine, bro. It's fine.
No, it's the team on the bottom. They push top.
Headshot caustic. They're going down.
I don't have Marcel's guys. I don't have Marcel's guys.
They're gonna res.
Just chill out, guys. Chill out.
We're not gonna res. It's another team.
Guys, I need to watch behind. I need to watch behind.
It's two guys. It's Maggie, Caustic, and...
Syringes, guys?
Yeah.
One. I can give you one. Chill out, guys.
I need to watch, like,
you're wasting too much, Matt. Too much, man.
VJ.
Yeah.
That side is not really important. It's important if no one picks here below, okay?
Okay. But just in case, like, you know?
Yeah.
I might TP for the loot.
Post, don't pick that team anymore. You pick this side, okay? The zone is closing. People are gonna fly on us. And and shit, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna use ultimate accelerator so I can have my ulti later.
Okay, I have my EMP ready. Like, I'm ready to EMP any team. We have to wipe in 1 second. Jakes, be ready to fight the team in 1 second, okay? Flying. Flying.
A lot of flying.
Look at the other team that still hasn't dropped.
They're gonna fight.
Let them. Fuck that guy. People climbing that post. But it's fine,
Fuck.
It's all you, Jakes.
I'm good.
Post. Beam.
They're pushing guy.
Guys. These guys are open field.
Okay.
You have ulti?
I don't. I still don't have. He died to the zone. GB
died to the zone. Can we push this?
Wait, I'm not with you. Wait. I can't TP. I'm gonna make fucking TP.
Make TP. It's 2 guys alive.
I need you guys. I fucking. Can I help him, Cash? Nice, Jack. Well done.
I'm fucking resing.
Has me fast. My bad. Sorry.
Fine, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, no.
You're not.
Can we take TP?
Take TP back.
I'm dead.
There's team on the TP. One guy. Cash, fight him. On me. No.
Oh,
just get away. Leave.
You are too fucking greedy.
No, guys.
Wow. Ascend, they had an opportunity to get to 65 points for the dub. I believe that is what it's going to take. Unfortunately, they're going to go out in 8th place. A little bit too aggressive going into the bubble. The PK shots really connected hard. And now they are going to be sitting in the death screen watching how the rest of this is going to play out.
And we saw Attack Esports were creeping up on them. Kungarna also moving up. Phoenix Legacy in a fight, though, losing all on Sabs. Linfin, though, getting attacked and tagged from the top. The dome coming in clutch here. See if he can restabilize. So much pressure coming in from this choke point alone. It's going to be so difficult to get uphill after the circle closes in less than 10 seconds.
There goes the res coming in, the fast res, the gold backpack res. Huge value in this corner, but the bubble, it's going to be going away fairly soon, and once that happens, you know that the nades are going to be coming, and that's exactly what is happening right now as you see Horizon. Winners from Game 1, maybe they could close it out with a win, and after winning Game 1, maybe they can bump up on this leaderboard too, so we'll see exactly what they can do from this position that we've seen teams locking down. I mean, this was the spot that Ascend was at, but now they took the high ground and we said, hey, high ground, there's so much action going on over here. How do you manage while trying to pick up these kill points? Ascend wasn't able to do that. Maybe Kangana can.
I'm scared, Tom. I'm scared because Graceful has the Kraber in his hand, and we know exactly what Graceful is capable of, especially after that first game. He really lands one shot. This is more pressure than we were used to seeing. 145. I mean, does Graceful miss?
I don't know. He must do amazing wrist exercises or something like that. The flick of the wrist is real right now. Graceful has to be on fire with this Kraber. Some of the best Kraber play we've seen in the ALGS. Before it was on Stormpoint, it was on Crypto. Now it's with the entry fragger that is Wraith, looking for some more blood. I would be terrified if I was in this lobby.
I would not poke. I would not peek one bit. But these heroes do not know that it's Graceful that has the Kraber in his hand. Now looking at Horizon, having to play off of a tiny little corner. You can see the Cossack gas getting set up by there too. Kungarna having the God spot over this high ground. This is the same spot that we had some of these squads trying to contest originally. That was Ascend that had taken this spot first. But Kungarna holding the spot. They just need to make sure that Horizon does not push in. Look at that team though, poking through inside of that building, looking beyond to see what is happening right outside those doors.
It's so important to call out which area everybody is watching. Is legit Lolly. Looks like he's playing on controller right there, just standing still and checking out the scenery of what's going on inside of the drone. They're going to have to eventually make their play. It's going to be a defensive bombardment plus a possible portal play. I would love to see them utilize that one because you do not want to walk out into Graceful sights.
Oh my gosh. You see the bombardment getting put down. Gonna have to back off just a little bit. Could not land that Kraber shot. They have to look out for the redeploys to actually contest them too. You see Attack Esports creeping up from behind. They had gotten past Horizon here. They have the gold backpack. They have the big mod guns. And Ford Gang, who made their appearance outside the bunker doors, have lost out on Row.
The portal play into the bubble. Not quite sure if the EMP was able to pop off throughout all of that. Kungarna locking down again this high ground area. As you can see, Graceful with 6 shots still left in this. That for Graceful means 6 potential kills. Heck, with all the collaterals, Vicky, it could be more than that.
Oh, he's looking for a peek. He gets the 377. He gets the knock. That's Horizon. That's in trouble. They're fully focused on this team, though, on the high ground. They have to watch out with the team on the low ground and the team coming in on their 6.
It's almost like you get surprised when you see Graceful miss a shot. It's only been 3 or 4 shots for 2 Krabers that he's missed, and the wingman is right there to boot. Gonna need some help, so the Q is gonna know. It doesn't. He just gets taken out in time before he hits that phase. The bubble is gonna go down, but teams are gonna start pushing this one. 3 squads remaining. Looks like there is gonna be 1 rat somewhere, but Badoli's gonna have to do it by himself.
They got ahead of themselves. They wanted to push all the way up onto Attack, and now Kungarna, they were the ones that got pinched. It was 4 Gang on the bottom. Morning Stars now coming in. See Mask with the Kraber in his hand. He tries to get the cleanup though, but fails. He gets the hipfire shot. Kraber after Kraber shot that we're seeing. Morning Stars though only up to Mask. Can he do this? He can't. Attack Esports with the timing to creep up onto the high ground.
That could have been one of the most disgusting 2v1 endings ever. It was just half a second away from being able to get that massive shot off. Wow, what a final game here in the EMEA region. My heart is racing.
Can we talk about these Kraber shots? Morning Stars coming in, Graceful, of course, doing graceful things. Wow, what a final game, but Attack Esports with the timing, with their positioning, were able to fully capitalize as a squad.
I jumped out of my chair as that last massive shot was going down. I was about to freak out. I may have just, now I have to stay in my seat. I was almost going to take my headphones off and do circles around the room, okay? But I know that I have to sit here and calm down a little bit because that was some exciting stuff. Wow. ATK, Attack Esports, Morning Stars, they are your top 3 teams with Kungarna. That was an ending for sure.
Yeah, but Kungarna out here with those 10 kills, I mean, a very similar performance like we had seen in game number 1 there. Yeah, they didn't take the dub, but still, they were putting on so much pressure. We saw the Kraber in the hands of Graceful for a reason. That's why we were just hyping it up. But Morning Stars basically doing the same thing.
Kind of heartbreaking for Ascend when you look at the way that they were rolling and rocking through that game. They won game number 5. They were pretty poised to win game number 6. The setup was looking good. They played it almost perfectly all to the very end where the bubble fight just didn't go their way. Once they lost their Gibby with the gold bag, you lose out on your bubble opportunities, you lose out on any res opportunities, and it could have been their day. But still, overall, a pretty solid performance from Ascend.
Yeah, looking up the second page, though, Solo Q Goats, they just could not finalize that positioning for this final game. You can see them sitting in 17th place. Team Empire, though, although they were able to secure some KP, they were also able to secure a single placement point. And it was another team that we also had our eyes out for. Just looking at their composition, they were holding on to that building. But this was one of those Gibby list composition teams that we were also watching.
There was a lot of opportunities with your top teams in this lobby right now. GMT players getting eliminated early. Ascend, they could have put that together, but it was ATK Esports, Attack Esports coming through with the kills. And man, imagine if that 2v1 ended up happening. That would have been the clip of the century. And EMEA's just doing insane clips. We saw Unlucky with the 3v1 yesterday. We saw great knowledge of the zones today too. I love the way that they're playing crypto right now in EMEA. Nasky's playing a really high-level crypto. You can see the way that Kashera is going about it. When we get all these regions together, we're going to have so much diversity.
Yeah, Ascend, Horizon, we saw Congarna there on the crypto. I really like the diversity in terms of the composition. I know we highlight it every single broadcast, but it's for a reason. Over on APAC side, you see the Watsons, you see the cryptos coming out. Over in NA, we see a much frag-heavy compositions coming out from a lot of these teams. You see a lot more of the Horizon, a lot more of the Ash. So it's so interesting to see how a lot of these teams have been making it work into their own playstyle, especially since we have two different maps that we have to focus on, both Stormpoint and World's Edge.
Let's bring Rain Day back to the desk because I know that he's stoked after seeing all those Kraber shots from Graceful.
Oh, man, not just even Graceful. I mean, talk about Morningstars almost pulling off what would have been a clip for the ages in the ALGS, the collab. He almost did it with the Mastiff. Sometimes, though, you're just a day late and a dollar short on those. Great efforts from everyone around, and ATK cleaning up the day. It was, in my mind, though, guys, looking back at it, a tournament that could have gone a lot of different ways. We saw GMT go out early. We saw players go out early. In fact, GMT as well. Solo Q Goats run into them. They're running their own little storyline after Shiv's Heroics in Game 5. Felt awkward to see them go down really without contesting in that backside. But, you know, a team that I think all of us were looking at, and Tom, I'll start with you, Ascend. Kind of unfortunate for them not to grab first place after really a couple of great games here.
Because they wanted to go to this high ground, Evan, and that was really key. But again, this high ground, when everybody starts looking over there, there's only so many angles you could watch with 3 players, right? You have to be basically watching a 360-degree view, and once you go and you push into that enemy team and you're not able to get that cleanly, everybody's going to recognize that, and they're going to sense that. They're going to try to pick up those kill points, pick up those placement points. But it was kind of the story of the Kraber today, right? I mean, the Kraber changed a lot of different tides of fights, not just on this stream, but on the other stream as well. I saw Hockey's tweeting out something about what was going on the Alliance point of views, but it was so fun, so exhilarating. This end zone was everything that you would want in Apex.
Vicky, any notable elements that, besides the Kraber, that you think kind of determined the flow of these games? It was a little different than some of the days we've seen earlier as well. We had some more wild cards into how this thing was going to finish heading into the finale of Game 6.
Yeah, aside from Graceful's career montage with the Kraber all day today, I really like to see how close EMEA is in terms of skill level. We noted that earlier on where there was a bit of a gap with players, but then that was quickly closed up when we started things on World's Edge, and that was when players had won 2 games back-to-back.
Well, we got to see a chance at looking at where these teams dropped, and of course, you look at some of the winners here, some of the high performers, whether it's GMT, whether it's Ascend, Congarna having a nice kind of late rotation, as well as teams like Players and Scars. You get to see exactly where they dropped. Tom, really, you know, anything out of the ordinary striking you about some of these drop spots for these teams? I know we didn't see as many 50-50s as we did see on Stormpoint today.
I would say so, because you look at the Reply Totem and they could take 3 POIs if they wanted to. Trees open, domes open. They basically have that whole southern side for free rotations, which makes it really easy for them if they want to go and move into Lava Siphon, et cetera, et cetera. They really only have to deal with players going forward. So I think, to me, especially knowing that World's Edge has had a tendency to have more southern zones, I think that it's kind of surprising to see Tree and Dome open.
Well, it is very, very interesting, you know, and definitely when you look at a team like Reply Totem, they were in the mix for most of the top 15 to top 5. They didn't quite have those star-studded moments, but that'll all play out within the leaderboards that we're going to have a chance to see here. It is GMT Esports who take the win, 68 points. Solo Q Goats could not stop them. Ascend, though, valiant effort to get to second place, climb above Players in our lobby. Tom.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you could go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just a quick thought on this.
I think that this is what you want to see out of GMT Esports, right? I think that they're going to continue to adapt, and that's what Nasky's really good at as an in-game leader, Vicky. So I just like to see GMT kind of playing their best, but like you said, everyone's so evenly matched, it makes it very exciting.
Yeah, what's really interesting to see is how GMT Esports, each and every one of these players on this roster were able to drop more than double-digit kills throughout the day. And it's also really nice to see how Ascend has honestly been able to really make this comeback from the last 2 days, kind of falling apart a little bit, and now making the comeback, really able to iron out anything that they needed to iron out to actually top the leaderboards for today.
You know, Vicky, I'll go back to you on this one too, because Morningstar is a team that really not somebody we mention as one of the drivers of how these lobbies shake up. Almost one of the teams that tries to find a way to fit in. But 5th place, I mean, that's pretty strong. But we all know how those can change. We saw Mutarium take 2nd place yesterday. They end up in, I think, 17th today. So does this spell a new morning, a new dawn for Morningstars, or is this just one of those days that things went well for them?
I think if you keep hitting those collates and you keep being consistent with those, we're definitely going to see more of Morningstars in the future. Again, I just feel like after the performance for today, looking at how EMEA has started on day 1 and now we're here on day 3, a lot of these teams have figured things out on Storm Point, so that way they can have a stronger start to their day, so that way they can start feeling a lot more confident and comfortable on World's Edge, where it feels like home for a lot of these players.
All right, well, let's take a look at the leaderboards for how the other group panned out. We know he had some big names over there as well. Wow, wouldn't you know it? Nemesis take the number 1 spot, jumping up 3 over High Society and Vexed. But can we talk about IG International putting together what must have been a win and what must have been an incredible finish to jump 13 places, Tom?
18th to 5th? I mean, I'm not very good at math, but I could do that. That is extremely impressive. Also, Nemesis, if I'm not mistaken, had an extremely slow start too. So Vex, High Society, and Alliance, while they did start off pretty hot, they weren't able to fend off Nemesis, and Nemesis is looking like a very strong team.
Vicky, Alliance also looking good, hitting there in 4th. Seems like they've started to find their rhythm more so, and more so could be scary for the rest of EMEA if they start to wake up.
Yeah, they need to, too. They need to be able to continue on that consistency, because we saw how they were rather weak on Storm Point, but moving on to World's Edge, they felt more comfortable, and it seems like they're also figuring things out with Zeta Division jumping up 4 spots on that 2nd page, though. Surprised to see where 69 IQ Esports is.
I know. It's really interesting. All these teams that, you know, bouncing back and forth. I had some hope for 789, who found themselves in 5th. They're now in 14th at the end of the day. Part of it is the big move from IG International, a team that we have yet to highlight on broadcast. I am so excited to see them in the coming days here as well. We've got the regular season standings, though. What does it mean for the totality of placements? Remember, top 10 are going to Sweden, and right now, look at the changes. Everyone has played 3. Mutarium, teams like Fenerbahce, Kungarna even, Horizon, Reply Totem, Alliance. They would not be at playoffs if we started today. It would be players in the lead by 1 point. Tom, IG International, though, may be a big story here, jumping to number 2 after that performance today.
I'm looking at this 3-way tie for 10th place, and I'm looking at Empire and Fenerbahce 1 point behind. This is insane, Evan. I mean, I don't think people realize how close this really is in terms of how much these games matter. Every day, every match, every decision.
And Vicky, too, Ascend, I mean, 19th, but only 7 points back from 1st place. I mean, or 10th place, excuse me. When you consider they could have won this tournament today, they're in striking position, too.
That should highlight the pressure that these players are feeling now that they know what's at stake here. Those top 10 spots, though, not too far off from that second half there in the second half of the last 10 spots. And Attack Esports, a team that we just saw take that last game, still sitting in the red now looking at the 2nd page.
And, you know, it almost shows why they need it, because they're in relegation right now. 33 to 39th place. It is not a good place to be. Still even more surprised with Rebel sitting even further back down there. Some teams just have to figure it out. I think if you're Rebel, you're a little worried. If you're Attack, you're saying, all right, we're going the right direction here. Each day, though, we get a chance to see which teams veer left, veer right, veer down, and, of course, veer up. That's where we take a chance at the end of our broadcast to talk about some highlights and some high performers who showed us the best of what they do over the course of this broadcast. It's our final segment of the day here to talk about our stars. All right, I know you both have picked a player that stood out to you for the most part in this broadcast above any other. Tom, I'll start with you here. Who caught your eye?
I'm going with Nasty, giving some love to the crypto out here. Also just the in-game leadership, the communication, the vibes that he brings to the table. And you got to respect the dude's putting up some serious kills, just like Vicky was talking about. Everyone basically in double digits for this GMT squad. Yeah, he's rocking the Gibraltar over on Stormpoint, but that's why he's one of my picks, because he's playing two different legends, two completely different styles of play.
Man. Beautiful shots there with the charge rifle, too. Nasky seems to be able to do it all. GMT Esports, an incredible performance today. No wonder Tom picked Nasky, and I love the nasty term. We are coining that. We're going to be calling him that at LAN, of course. And, of course, all these things still yet to be decided. But if they keep playing like this, it is going to be easy for GMT and Nasky to be representing, maybe holding up a trophy at the end of it all. Vicky, I'll turn it to you. Give me some words on who stood out to you over the course of the day.
Yeah, it's funny that we talk about Nasky because I have to highlight Max Strafe. I know we were talking about GMT Esports a lot, but for a reason. Again, all these players on this roster ended things up with double-digit kills for today. But Max Strafe, he ended things with 16 kills all day today. The way that he was able to hold down this bridge with the rest of GMT, even getting those reses and pushing in for that final circle here for game number 4 was insane here. And they were just continuing on the domination all day long. I really like how they've been able to integrate this player into the roster too, as he was the teammate that actually moved away from Na'Vi into GMT Esports.
Well, you know, I love the way that GMT have kind of answered the questions we've all raised and the rest of the lobby has raised. Are you guys back? I mean, does this mean anything now that, you know, it's been so long since all three of you have been together? An unequivocal yes going in today with their victory. But there's also a lot of other top performers. It would be remiss not to mention them too, guys. Let's take a look at the kill leaderboard. Who kind of showed up? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You guys picked GMT to get the nods. Dell making himself in there, but Vicky also, I mean, just a great performance from a couple of the Ascend members as well, 5 and 6, and post-kill and VX.
All climbing up, too. I love what I'm seeing from the Ascend squad here. Leogria also putting in so much work. Scars, too, has been making waves out here in EMEA. We saw what Mask was able to do sitting in 11th place with 9 kills. Those Kraber shots, those collats, I want to see more from Mask.
And RPR, Mandy, and Taishi, notably all in those top kill leaderboards, which is a good sign for Scars in the top 5 here, winning yesterday. Big moments for them. A lot of players standing out in EMEA, but it's only day 3. Who's going to stand out in day 4? We'll have to find out. But for today, that does our highlights. Well, pretty awesome to see at the top of the leaderboard, guys, consistency. You know, it's not often that we see one player and another player from the same team take the first 2 spots in the kill leaderboard, but it's very rare that we see the first, the second, and the third player on the kill leaderboard actually taking the same spot and the entire team winning. But I would say that if a team wins like that, yeah, they should be on the kill leaderboard together. In fact, we've got one of them standing by with none other than James Bardoff to talk to us about it. I think it's Nasky on the mic with James. Let's go ahead to the interview. And I also want to know, does he like the nickname or not?
Good evening and welcome to our little show here. And that's a good question from Rain Day. So we're starting to call you Nasty or Nasty on the server because of the kind of the work you guys are putting out on the server. What do you think about that as a nickname?
I love it, man. I just heard it. I just heard it right now. If you caught my facial expression, I was pretty shocked. I like it. It's pretty good.
All right. Well, it wasn't just you, but it was your whole team who are doing absolutely disgusting things on the server today. You had at least 2 games with 13 kills. Coming into today's play, is there like bearing in mind where you're dropping on the different maps as well, is there a team that you're like most concerned about going in, or you don't want to meet too early and rather engage in the late game? Is your approach including things like that?
I'm gonna be honest. I have the best teammates in the world. There's no doubt about it. They're the best players in the world. And I go into a lobby and I don't think about, oh, there's teams neighboring us. I think about, oh no, there's teams neighboring us. Please don't kill them, Max and Del, because my teammates are that good and I absolutely love them.
On the subject of your teammates, you had some recent changes. So in February, in January, Badoli left the team and you picked up Max Strafe. Talk about that change in the roster and what Max Strafe brings to the team.
Well, we initially played with Max, obviously, back during the summer times in 2020. And we were able to get rank 1 in Europe on ALGS points. We won the championship. And then Strafey got picked up by Navi. And during that time, we always, I always kept contact with Strafey and Del did as well. And then things just aligned when Yuki left for Alliance. And then we picked up Badoli. We had a really good run with Badoli, and things just aligned with picking up Strafey again because his contract with Navi ended. And then we knew we had to strike because our synergy with Max was absolutely unrivaled back then. And he's a perfect player. He fills the role on the team perfectly. He can give out game-winning calls. He will clutch. He will get openings. He will do everything and rarely make mistakes.
All right, so as somebody from the UK, I've got to say that in FPS games, one of the things the UK is renowned for is having the most toxic players on average. So how did you find a good, strong player like Sir Del to be alongside you?
Del is the most cute and like good-hearted person. He is. If that is true, if British people are the most toxic on the internet, I wouldn't believe Del is British because he is. He's too cute. Cute is the word.
All right, we're top 3 at the very least. So you guys obviously run crypto. What do you think about the recent changes to crypto? Do you see them as a buff, or does it work out a bit differently on the server?
There are some certain things. I consider it more like a quality of life update. He's not necessarily stronger now. In certain aspects, he's kind of more annoying now because it requires a bit more finesse with holding the drone, like getting the drone out and stuff like that. But overall, I guess it's a benefit because you can now see the map while you're in the drone and you can see the HP of the drone, which is nice. But there's some stuff that is like the update is kind of it would have been fine if no update basically. So,
what do you think about holding Q to get into the drone? Because for me, I feel like it lacks a bit of fluidity that you had before, where it was like smoother, right? And I feel like that maybe there's a quality of life update to have there in the future.
Yeah. That's basically it. That's
Okay.
about the holding the Q down.
All right, so we've seen a broad number of characters, legends, being used in EMEA. Some of the guys in North America find it strange that there are so many Bangalores in Europe, but we saw a rare Octane yesterday. Today we saw Empire running Maggie. Do you think Maggie is viable? Did you run into the Maggie and the drill during these lobbies?
We didn't actually run into the lobby, but I had front row's ticket to watch them grief an enemy team, and we got a couple of kills from that, so that was pretty nice. Overall, I think the Bangalore pick, and especially the Maggie pick, is kind of troll. I don't think it's that good. I can understand why people would think so, but it's just I feel like you can get more value out of other characters. So yeah.
All right, so you guys are currently 3rd in the overall leaderboard. Obviously, if you finish in the top 10, then you guys are going to be heading towards Sweden. It's been a long time since we had a LAN and Apex Legends. You guys looking forward to hopefully making it there?
Well, there are some obvious complications because our teammate Max is from Ukraine and is currently under very poor circumstances with the war going on. And we are ready for LAN. We're aiming for the top 1, obviously. But right now, the question is not preparing for LAN. The question is not will we win LAN. It's can we play LAN? Will Strafey be safe? Will Strafey be okay? And on that topic, I'm extremely impressed that Strafey is able to even perform at this high level because he is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, of course, that is going to be the highest priority for all of us, and hopefully it all works out and sooner rather than later. Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on all the highlights that you gave us today.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you in action tomorrow and the rest of the week. Thank you.
Slava Ukraini.
Amazing words from Nasty Nasky. He has owned the nickname now, guys, so that one is going to stick. But just some great words, Vicky, about his teammates, the journey he and Max and Del have been on, and where they are now.
It's so wholesome. I love seeing a good story where the gang has gotten back together again and they're finding success. And I want to keep seeing more of this squad really pop off because not only is that background story so wholesome, but you could see it in Neski's face. You could see how happy he is. He's proud of his teammates and he has full trust in them. And that's what's really important when you're building up a team.
Yeah, Tom, it's really easy to see how these guys can play a character like Crypto, which requires a ton of coordination. It's not the same thing as the individual play styles of maybe something like a Valk, Ash, and a Bang. Crypto requires insane teamwork and communication. Easy to see why they have that here on this team.
It does. I almost want to change it to Nice Guy Nasky after watching that interview. But Nasty Nasky definitely knows how to play a handful of legends, but giving respect to his teammates I love, and I love the love that they're showing there. But I think the most interesting thing was him kind of shutting down Bangalore when Bangalore has seen a lot of success over the last 3 days. So not only is there a little like NA versus EMEA thing going on, EMEA still has their own little rivalries in terms of what they think they should be playing as well.
Yeah, I like to just ignore a little bit of that, say he was probably hinting more at the Maggie, but he did mention Bangalore. I'm surprised. Definitely something we've seen work. Will it work continuously throughout the days? It's been 50%, I believe, or close to that of EMEA so far, and, we've still got a little bit more to go. Obviously, we are in the process of wrapping this broadcast up. But we still have one more thing to do. We got to see our talent predictions for the day. And who made out? Oh, baby! Oh. That's what you like to see. And again, this doesn't mean anything, guys. But Tom, James, you guys scored well. I obviously took the cake here today, players. It's a pretty safe bet. No one had GMT, surprisingly. And Vicky, something...
Listen, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Randy's having the cake and eating it too, right in front of us. He didn't bring enough to share. Didn't they teach you anything in school, Evan?
Well, you should know, Tom. People are saying you're graduating today in the Twitch chat, man. I don't know what's going on with that.
I just got back from a frat party, can't you tell?
Oh, man. Well, we're having fun here, and guess what? We get to keep the fun running. EMEA tomorrow coming up at you in the morning as well. You start your weekend off right with some Apex Legends Global Series. And tonight, we've got North America. We're coming at you with another day. Remember, they're on the back half of theirs. We're catching up with EMEA, doing it all these days in a row this week, even going until Monday. What a fun time if you're an Apex Legends competitive fan. Follow us on Play Apex Esports on Twitter, twitch.tv/PlayApex on Twitch, and Play Apex Esports on YouTube to stay involved with all of the action. For now, though, my friends, that is going to do. Tom, Vicky, any closing thoughts on the day before we head into North America? EMEA, Tom, good show today.
I'm excited. I can't wait to get the North American games underway, but I loved the Kraber action that we saw. I loved the interview that was happening from Nasky, and I think that we have such close regions. I just can't wait to find out which are the teams that are going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I got to echo Tom out here, too, Rain. It's so excited to see EMEA pop off, but now we got NA right around the corner. Are we going to see some more of these Kraber pop-offs, these montages that we come in for a lot of these career highlights for a lot of these players? I would be really excited to see how that composition swaps over to NA as well.
I'm excited to see your pick today for NA as well, Vicky, because you got some making up to do with those 16 points starting your day off as well. Thanks so much to Lenovo and to Monster. You allow us to do what we do here on the ALGS, sponsoring the stream, all the production broadcast crew, and, of course, our lovely talent, Tom, Vicky, James in the backside, me hosting as well. We'll see Kate Yeager host North America, too. But for now, that's it, guys. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see y'all just a few.